Welcome to Bull Diamond at Blair Field in Long Beach for the rubber match of this weekend series between the Long Beach State Dirtbags and the UC Davis Aggies. I'm Bruce Kuntz alongside JD Beaudry, and you are listening to 22 West Radio. These teams split the first two games of the series these last two nights. Friday was a 15-inning marathon that the Aggies eventually won 1-0. The Dirtbags bounced back with a 4-1 victory last night. Whoever wins this game will take 7th place alone in the Big West. 7 seniors were recognized pregame by the Dirtbags. Kyle Ashworth, Alex Champagne, Connor Sharpio, Nathan Cadena, Jacob Russell, Arthur Liu, and Alex Mikalakis all received ovations and some gifts from his coaching staff and the Blair Field crowd. JD, offense has not been the strong suit of this series so far, as the two teams have combined for 6 runs over the first two games. Do you see that changing today?
Yeah, Bruce, pitching really has dominated these first two matchups. Long Beach has been lights out, and so have the Aggies. Last night, though, it was the freshman for Long Beach State, Jake Fields, Trotter, and right Matt Toomey, who provided that offensive spark in that 4-1 win. Today, the Dirtbags will once again look for some offensive momentum on Senior Day. They're going to look for some more production out of the top of their lineup, specifically Armando Briseño, Alex Champagne, and Connor Sharpio, who last night went a combined 0 for 12. Tonight, they'll need to cook something up as the Dirtbags look to take this rubber match.
Can take you through the starting lineup today for UC Davis. Braden Woldridge will lead off now with playing left field. Tyler Howard bats second, moving over to center field. He was in right yesterday. Jackson Murphy moves up to the 3 spot in the order and plays right field. Murphy was DHing and batting 6th. Had a great game yesterday. Lots of hard hit balls from him. In the cleanup spot again is the second baseman. Nick Leahy was the hero on Friday night with a home run in the 15th inning. Batting 5th is the catcher again, Evan Gentile. 6th is the shortstop, Alex Gavea. Gavea has been in the 9 spot in the order the first 2 games of the series, but was productive last night, moves up to 6th today. In the 7th spot, the DH is Riley Acosta. Batting 8th is the first baseman, Houston Hirschkorn. And then 9th is the third baseman, Zach Story. They'll be facing Jake Fields, the redshirt freshman, on the mound for Long Beach State. Fields comes into the game with a 7.24 ERA in 10 appearances, 8 of those being starts. For Fields, it's been a roller coaster of a season. Obviously, the overall numbers don't look great, but there certainly have been individual games where Fields has looked like a competitive, really a guy that they can trust.
Yeah, absolutely. Jake Fields in his last outing had a tough time against CSUN in the Sunday matchup last week, allowed 8 hits and 6 runs, but like you said, Bruce, at times he's looked really good for this Dirtbags team. He's also had solid appearances like the one we saw against USC in the middle of last week, so he's definitely capable of putting in a good performance today, facing a UC Davis lineup that for the large part has been kept quiet through these 2 games, have only scored 2 runs in those 2 matchups.
UC Davis with 1 run in each of these first 2 games. As we said, they won 1-0 on Friday night. Took them 15 innings to get a solo shot from their second baseman, Nick Leahy. Was the only run scored in that game last night. UC Davis, again, only with 1 run. They scored the first run of the game, and then the Dirtbags answered with 4 runs in a row to take that game 4-1. So it's a rubber match of the series here for the Dirtbags. They're currently 2 games back of the 5 seed in the Big West. Only 5 teams will go to the Big West tournament at the end of the month. So really for the Dirtbags, with 2 games back and 4 to play, including this one today, you can look at this as a playoff game, JD.
Absolutely. We talked about it on Friday on the broadcast a lot about how much that opening night was a must-win game, and going forward, every game needs to be treated like the final game of the season. Not only do the Dirtbags need to win out, they also need some help from the teams in front of them. So today, looking to rely on a strong defensive performance and get those bats going.
Long Beach 11-15 in conference. They're looking up at Hawaii in the 6th seed at 12-12, and UC Santa Barbara in the 5 at 13-13. Braden Woldridge leading off the game, the left-handed batter against the righty on the mound, Jake Fields. We're just about going. Fields into the windup. The first pitch of the ball game is lined foul down the third base side for strike 1.
Woldridge entered this weekend as the batting leader for the Aggies. Comes into this game batting .314. Hasn't had the most successful weekend, though.
Woldridge was in the 3 spot last night, went hitless. In an open stance in the left-handed box, a 1 pitch from Fields, lined foul, left side again.
Woldridge aggressive here early on Fields. 2 big swings, looking to put the ball in play, just needs to get his timing right.
Dirtbags in their black jerseys once again, Long Beach across the front. 0-2 from Fields, ground ball over to the third base side, took a bad hop off the fringe and goes right off Jake Evans. That'll be a man on base. We'll see it's immediately scored an error. So Jake Evans can't come up with that one. Was a tough hop off the edge of the grass, but nonetheless scored an error, and the Aggies have a leadoff man on base.
Jake Evans, the freshman tonight, getting the start at third base. Has had his fair share of fielding errors not only this season, but in this series. Another one goes against his line.
Fields came off the bench last night, went into third base after the starting second baseman, Easton Elliott, sustained an injury. Trotter Enright shifted over to second when Evans came off the bench. Tyler Howard in the box now, right on right matchup, and he ropes one into left field. That's diving down, and it gets onto the grass for a base hit. They'll go station to station as Toomey corrals it in left field, but Tyler Howard knocks a first pitch single into left, and UC Davis has a couple on base with nobody out.
Yeah, the Aggies are swinging at every pitch they see from Jake Fields right now. Now have 2 on and nobody out in the top of the first.
Quite literally 4 pitches into the game, UC Davis has swung at all 4 of them. An error and a single puts runners at first and second with nobody out in the top of the first inning, and now Jackson Murphy steps in with a hot bat. Left-handed hitting right fielder takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Fields tried to catch the corner on a fastball. It was really an impressive game last night in the 6th spot in the order for Jackson Murphy. Went 3 for 4, and the one time he was retired was a hard hit line drive right back up the middle that was stabbed out of the air by Owen Geis. 1-0 taken high and away again for ball 2. So Murphy really could have been 4 for 4 last night, but that one time he was retired took a great play from the Long Beach starting pitcher. Ironically, that ball that he was out on might have been his hardest hit ball of the night. 2-0, swung on and missed. Another fastball at the top of the zone gets Murphy to tip it into the glove for strike 1.
We also saw Jackson Murphy sub into the game late on Friday as the Aggies look to shuffle their lineup. Like I said, Bruce comes into this game with a hot bat, batting .221.
2-1, fouled straight back. So nice job by Fields here after falling behind 2-0. He works it to 2-2. Runners at first and second with nobody out, still no score on the top of the first inning. Fields gives a look back to second, now comes home and misses up and away. Still sticking with the fastball, and the count is now full.
Yeah, during this at bat, we've seen Fields try to expand the zone, get Murphy to chase. Hasn't worked. Jackson Murphy knows his zone.
Count is full now. Payoff pitch comes home and misses high up at the eyes. An easy take there for Murphy, and he draws a walk. Bases are now loaded with still nobody out for the Aggies.
Golden chance now for UC Davis to put some runs on the board. It's going to be an early mound visit as well. Orlando Garza coming out of the Dirtbags dugout.
Not the start that Jake Fields was looking for. An error, a single, and a walk has loaded the bases to the first 3 Aggies. And now Nick Leahy will come up to the plate with a chance to do some early damage.
You certainly know what Nick Leahy is capable of. Obviously, knocked the game-winning home run on Friday night in the top of the 15th inning. Comes into bat now with the bases loaded. Same situation he was in on Friday night in the top of the 9th inning where he struck out. Facing an elite Dirtbags pitching staff.
This looked like a pretty spirited mound visit here for Garza. The pitching coach for the Dirtbags had his hands cupped on both shoulders of the redshirt freshman on the mound, giving him a spirited pep talk to get out of this. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive the Dirtbags are managing the pitching staff today. It's a fairly fresh bullpen with some good pitching performances the last 2 nights. And as we've said, with this essentially being a must-win game, they're going to have to be aggressive with the pitching deployment. Corner infield is in for the Dirtbags, right on right matchup. First pitch to Leahy, swung on and missed.
Yeah, it's Fields still sticking with the fastball. That one a little bit lower in the zone.
0-1 count to the UC Davis second baseman. His solo homer on Friday was the only score in that 15-inning game. 0-1 taken just off the outside corner for ball 1.
Yeah, with no outs, the runners on all 3 bases being a bit aggressive, taking 2 hop leads.
Infield about halfway all the way across for the Dirtbags. 1-1. Popped up within the infield. This won't get the runners home. In foul territory, Evans ranges over, calls it off, and makes the play. That's a big first out for Jake Fields as he gets a pop-up within the infield. Leahy will head back, having not done the job for his Aggies.
So after a spirited mound visit, Jake Fields able to force a flyout that in the end was pretty elementary for Jake Fields. Still has 2 outs to get out of this jam.
Not out of the woods yet, and Evan Gentile will come up, right-handed hitting catcher, trying to get the first run of the game across for the Aggies. Bases loaded with 1 out in the top of the first. Field sets just above the belt. His first pitch swung on and missed. Down below the zone, a breaker gets a whiff.
Last night, Gentile went 1 for 4. Knocked a single in the 4th.
Freshman catcher has appeared in all 3 games in this series. 0-1, tapped foul behind home plate, and he's behind 0-2.
Fields really liking that lower part of the zone. Gentile unable to lay off. He's chased 2 pitches. Able to make contact, but finds himself in an 0-2 hole.
Fields looking for a strikeout or another pop-up. See what he goes to here. 0-2 from the redshirt freshman. Fastball up and away. Really good spot there, but an even better take for Gentile.
Gentile, the freshman, stands 6'2". A little bit of a crouch in his stance, trying to shrink the strike zone.
Bases still loaded with 1 out. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Off the outside part, Fields comes home with a breaking ball and gets another whiff. After the bases were loaded with nobody out, Jake Fields gets a pop-up and a strikeout. 2 outs and the bases remain juiced.
Really, really good work from Fields on the mound. Gentile wanted a pitch to swing at, had to expand the strike zone. Great work from the freshman. Just needs 1 more out to escape this jam.
Alex Gavea will come in now, the shortstop for UC Davis. Batted 9th last night, but moves up to 6th in the order today. Had a solid game that included 2 singles and a walk. Another right-on-right matchup. Fields comes downhill with a strike right on the outside corner with a fastball.
Gavea, another undersized guy, stands just 5'9", the redshirt senior. Smaller strike zone for Fields to hit.
Plays a great shortstop defensively, but he's trying to make a big impact with the bat right here. 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Jake Fields 1 strike away from working out of this jam. And he's gonna send the Blair Field crowd into a frenzy if he can do it.
Bases loaded, the 0-2 count, has a few pitches to play with here. See where he decides to place it. Looking down Gavea.
Bases loaded, 2 out. Jake Fields trying to work all the way back and out of the jam. 0-2 pitch from Fields, missed outside. Nice take by Gavea to not chase it.
And a good pitch from Fields as well. Doesn't need to throw a strike. Try to get Gavea to chase down and away.
No score on the top of the first. Fields trying to keep it that way. He sets. Here's the 1-2. Taken outside again. Nice job by the UC Davis shortstop to lay off back-to-back breaking balls.
Strategy changes now. Fields has thrown 2 straight balls. Now he'll be looking for that knockout punch.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the first. Another pitch from Fields, missed outside again. So with nowhere to put him, Alex Gavea has worked the count from 0-2 to full.
Now some anxious murmurs around Blair Field here, Bruce, as Jake Fields grabs a fistful of dirt from the pitcher's mound. A huge pitch now. Full count, 2 outs, bases loaded.
He'll need to throw a strike here. Runners will be moving. Fields comes downhill. Swing and a miss! Alex Gavea chases a breaking ball off the outside corner, and Jake Fields takes a bases loaded and nobody out situation, gets a pep talk from his pitching coach, and gets all the way out of it. A pop-up and 2 strikeouts gets Fields out of the top of the first inning with 0 runs across. The Aggies strand him loaded, and as we go to the bottom of the first inning, it's still 0-0 between the Dirtbags and the Aggies here on 22 West Radio. Long Beach coming up to bat, still scoreless in the bottom of the first inning after Jake Fields had the bases loaded and nobody out in the top half of the frame. Gets a pop out and a couple punch outs to work out of it. So Kyle Ashworth will come up as the leadoff man for Long Beach. The Dirtbags will try to take the first lead of the series to begin this game. UC Davis went ahead 1-0 and scored first in each of the first 2 games of the series. Dirtbags, of course, came back and won last night. Kyle Ashworth steps in here to face Matt Barnes, the freshman right-hander, standing 6'5" for UC Davis. He's working out of the stretch. His first pitch comes home and is in there for a strike.
It's going to be a bullpen game today for UC Davis. Matt Barnes hasn't gone more than 3 innings at any point this season. It's all a matter of what version of the pitcher we're going to see today.
0-1 taken for a strike again.
Barnes certainly has the velocity, but at times has struggled against top teams here on the West Coast. Gave up a lot of runs against Santa Barbara and Irvine, but in his last 2 outings has been nails against Bakersfield and Fullerton.
0-2 bounced in and Ashworth takes it. He's got a 4.08 ERA, 0-2 record on the season, 16 appearances and 28 2/3 innings for Barnes. 1-2 to Ashworth, taken down and in. Nice breaking ball there, but Ashworth lays off.
One notable stat from Barnes, in his last 2 games has only allowed 2 hits over 5 innings of work.
Right on left matchup to get this bottom of the first inning started. 2-2 line drive over towards the Dirtbag dugout and foul. Feels like the Dirtbags got away with a tough spot there in the top of the first inning. They'll try and take advantage here. Line drive, left center gap. That's diving down, and it gets down in front of the left fielder, Wooldridge. Ashworth will have to stop at first base with a single as Wooldridge cut it off, but it's a leadoff base hit to begin the bottom of the first inning.
Kyle Ashworth is having himself quite the series. On Friday night was the only Dirtbag with a multi-hit game. Knocked 3 singles last night, got on base again, and picks up right where he left off here on Sunday afternoon. First batter up, first man on, Kyle Ashworth.
Armando Briseño comes up now with a man on first and nobody down. Briseño DHing again. Has not quite been able to nurse himself back to shortstop health. Checks a swing at the first pitch and went around, according to home plate umpire Lee Myers. Briseño steps out looking a little frustrated that there wasn't an appeal given there. Our umpiring crew today with Lee Myers behind the plate. David Buck, the crew chief, is at first base, and Gary Gilman, the third base umpire, currently positioned up the middle. Another 3-man crew. 0-1 from Barnes. Breaker on the outside corner. Nice pitch there for strike 2.
David Buck is such an umpiry name. Makes sense he's the crew chief today.
Oh, 2. Bounced in and it's knocked down, but far enough away for Ashworth to move up to second base. Good effort from Gentile, but that was about a 55-foot breaking ball, and Ashworth read it well. So the slider spiked in there, and Ashworth moves up 90 feet on the wild pitch.
Ashworth wasn't planning on running on that pitch, but saw the ball in the dirt and took off to second. It's going to be his 6th stolen base of the season. Or not. I get those wild pitches confused.
1-2 from Barnes, swung on and missed, down in the dirt again. It's blocked by Gentile. He'll have to throw to first, and he does in time to get Briseño. So the Dirtbags DH chases a slider down in the dirt again there, and he's the first out of the inning.
Yeah, Matt Barnes has spiked a few pitches. Obviously the wild pitch that saw Kyle Ashworth advance to second. Mondo Briseño not moving as he did to start the season, still recovering from injury, but puts in a quality at bat. Still a runner on second with 1 out here in the bottom of the first.
Ashworth stayed at second base there as that one didn't bounce away far from Gentile. Alex Champagne in the box now takes a first pitch fastball inside for ball 1. Champagne comes in at 261 in the batting average category this year. One of 4 seniors in the starting lineup that was recognized pregame today.
Champagne, another guy who struggled during this series, 0 for 4 last night. Really hasn't gotten on base as much as he would have wanted to.
Now it's looking like there might be either a pitch comm issue. Yeah, that is what it looks like. Evan Gentile, the catcher, started to walk out towards the mound and then was met halfway by a coach from the Aggies dugout to hand him a new pitch comm device to place up in that catcher's mask. It's a 1-0 count to the Dirtbags center fielder. Right on left matchup. Barnes sets at the belt, looks back to Ashworth, now comes downhill and misses in the dirt for ball 2.
Champagne facing a hitter's count.
2-0. Fastball high. So Champagne is ahead 3-0. Really a guy that deserves all the recognition that he's gotten today. Not his final game at Blair Field, that'll be Tuesday. But Champagne has been a Dirtbag for 3 years now and has started 104 consecutive games going back to last spring. 3-0 pitch taken inside. It's a 4-pitch walk for Alex Champagne. And now the 2 senior outfielders are on the bases together. Ashworth at second, Champagne at first with 1 out in the inning.
Yeah, really great at-bat from the Iron Man. Gets a few pitches inside, looks them off. Didn't have to swing the bat. Will gladly take his base, and just like that, Dirtbags have 2 on here.
Another senior comes up now. Connor Sharpio batting in the cleanup spot in the order today. For his at-bat can start, Matt Barnes is going to get a new baseball.
Connor Sharpio also switching up the walk-up song. A little no diggity as he digs in to the right-handed batter's box.
First pitch breaker missed inside. Ashworth at second gave a jab step there as if he thought about going, but decided to retreat back to the base.
2 speedy runners on bases now for Long Beach. See if they get the green light.
.0 breaker, softly hit line drive into left field. It's caught by Woldridge. Ball just caught off the end of the bat. Sharpio, same thing he did last night, didn't even drop his bat before that one was caught. Didn't quite get out there quite as quick as his line out to right last night, but Sharpio will head back to the dugout, still trying to work through a frustrating spring.
Yeah, in the end, it doesn't trouble Woldridge too much. He has to take about 2 steps in to make that catch. Dirtbag still with 2 men on base, and now 2 outs against him.
Matt Toomey comes up now. Good series so far for the freshman left fielder. First and second, 2 down. First pitch fastball missed high just above the letters.
Matt Toomey's really made a mark this season with his aggressive base running. Constantly turns doubles into triples. Would love to get on base, get another hit here.
He had his second triple of the season last night. 1-0, taken high again. Like you said, JD, a very aggressive base runner. That triple last night was yet another one that really could have been an out. The relay was there in plenty of time, but just had the throw sail above the UC Davis, third baseman. Breaking ball in for a strike now, so Toomey still ahead 2-1.
Interesting battle here between Barnes and Toomey. Matt Barnes 6'5", Matt Toomey 6'3". Pair of lengthy freshmen.
2-1 pitch. Breaking ball in for a strike again. Back-to-back sliders that are taken by Toomey right down the middle. Count now 2-2. Deuce is wild in the bottom of the first inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on. Right on left matchup as Barnes comes downhill and gets a whiff at another slider. Triples up on that pitch, and Toomey comes up empty. So the Dirtbags leave a couple stranded. We're going to the second inning, still scoreless here on 22 West Radio. Top of the second inning after both teams strand some runners on base in the first. 3 of them stranded for Davis and 2 of them for the Dirtbags. So we're still scoreless entering the second inning. Riley Acosta leading things off against Jake Field still on the mound for the Dirtbags. Acosta, the right-handed hitting DH. Senior batting .254 this year. Fields out of the windup, kicks, fires on the outside corner for strike 1.
Acosta was the starting catcher on Friday night. Returns to the lineup today as the DH.
The 0-1 from Fields. Missed just outside, another fastball there. Can take you through the starting defense today for Long Beach State. Connor Stewart, the battery mate for Fields on the mound. A redshirt freshman pitching to a senior. Corner infield, Jake Evans at third, Connor Sharpio at first. Here goes Fields with the 1-1 pitch. Bounces in for ball 2. Middle infield today, Nathan Cadena at shortstop, Trotter Enright at second base. Enright has had a very good series to this point, looking to keep it alive today. Matt Toomey in left field, Alex Champagne in center, and Kyle Ashworth in right. Acosta originally out of Redondo Beach as he takes another one for strike 2. Outside corner again there for Fields. 2 balls and 2 strikes with nobody on and nobody out in the top of the second inning. Line drive into center field. Champagne has it though. Tracks and finds the glove. The line out for Riley Acosta straight to the center fielder for the Dirtbags, and that's a quick out number 1.
Now Riley Acosta, the 4th-year senior with this Aggies program. Able to make solid contact, but Alex Champagne, as he always is, has center field covered.
As we've already mentioned, Champagne has that long streak of games started. Really has taken a leap with the bat this season as he's batted near the top of the Long Beach order all spring long. But throughout that time, since he took over the center field job for the Dirtbags back in the spring of 2023, his glove has really been the thing that's shined. First pitch swung on and missed by Houston Hirschkorn. Champagne covers a ton of ground out there in center field. Was originally an infielder coming out of high school when he went to Arizona State for his freshman year, and then was playing some infield for the Dirtbags his sophomore year when he transferred here, but 0-1 taken for a strike. By the end of that sophomore year, he started to move out to the grass, and that's where he's remained ever since.
Yeah, Alex Champagne covers so much ground out there in center field. Such a speedy center fielder. Always so much fun to watch.
0-2 taken up and away. Champagne really a guy that impacts the organization in a lot of ways other than just on the field too. He's a great leader and has really stepped into that role this year as a senior. Embodies the idea of a team first guy. 1-2 down in the dirt, taken for ball 2. Hirschkorn making the start today after he was at first base last night as well. Reached base twice, a walk and a single. 1 for 3 overall. Two pitch, swung on and missed. Down below the zone, Hirschkorn chases it, and Jake Fields has his 3rd strikeout. 2 down, nobody on here in the second.
Jake Fields is dialed in right now. Focused so far today on the bottom half of the strike zone. Hirschkorn down to 1 knee on that swing for strike 3. And now Dirtbags facing the 9-hitter, Zach Story.
Story came off the bench last night and played 3rd base. Gets the start there today at the hot corner. Red on right matchup. First pitch taken for a strike, down and away. Nice location on a changeup there from Fields.
Story started this series batting 2nd, but has really struggled against the Dirtbags pitching staff. An aggressive hitter, likes to have those toes on the inside chalk of the batter's box.
0-1 bounced in and was scooped out on the backhand by Stewart. 1-1 count to Zach Story. He's got an interesting stride. Feels like that foot lands pretty early, and there's a weight shift with his hands. As you said, JD, toes on the chalk with the pretty wide base. Little bat waggle as the 1-1 comes home and is taken just low for ball 2.
Zach Story has seen his batting average dip throughout this series. Now batting .217, the lowest in the Aggie starting lineup today.
(2-1) fouled back. Jake Fields trying to work a 1-2-3 second inning here. Was able to escape the first when the Aggies had loaded the bases with nobody out. Fields still managed to put up a 0. 2-2, line drive into left field, but ranging over into the gap. Toomey is there to make the catch. So Zach Story with a loud line out, but nonetheless, it's a 1-2-3 inning for Jake Fields. Nice job by the redshirt freshman to set him down in order. We're going to the bottom of the second inning, still scoreless here on 22 West Radio. Bottom of the second inning, Dirtbags looking to take the first lead of the ball game. Nathan Kadena coming up to lead things off. Still Matt Barnes on the mound, the freshman righty for UC Davis. 1 hit each for these two teams through an inning and a half. So right on right matchup to begin the bottom of the second inning. Kadena down in the 6th spot in the Long Beach order today. Has oftentimes batted higher than that this season. First pitch slider on the outside corner for a strike. Kadena in the bit of a slump here. Went 0 for 7 in that 15-inning game where he was batting 3rd on Friday night. Checked his swing and a slider away. He did not go around on the appeal to first. After that 0 for 7 on Friday, Kadena was 0 for 3 last night. 1-1, fouled right off the end of the bat.
0 for 10 in this series, certainly not a good look for Nathan Kadena. Still the team leader in RBIs with 32, but has certainly gone cold, and today has returned to wielding that bright yellow bat that brought him so much success against CSUN. Has switched the bat up a few times during this series.
1-2 fastball taken for a strike right on the outside corner. Kadena does not agree with the call, but Lee Myers behind the plate rings him up. A nice frame from Evan Gentile gets the call for UC Davis. That's the 3rd strikeout of the game for Matt Barnes. Take you through the UC Davis defense today behind Barnes. Evan Gentile is in the squat, got that last call. Hirschkorn over at first base. At second base is Nick Leahy. Shortstop Alex Gavea, 3rd base Zach Story, Outfield left to right, Braden Woldridge, Tyler Howard, and Jackson Murphy. First pitch taken in the dirt by Trotter Enright for ball 1. Enright coming off a very good game last night, batting out of the 9 spot in the order. 1-0 ground ball right back up to the pitcher. Barnes picks it cleanly, then his throw over to first is in time. Had a little bit of trouble there, but still able to recover and make the play. Trotter Enright was not retired a single time last night, walked and had a couple of hits, but here in his first plate appearance today, he grounds back out to the pitcher.
Yeah, it's a long way down for Matt Barnes to pick up a ground ball standing 6'5". Had a little trouble in the transfer, but in the end got it done. Trotter Enright, though, has been a standout this series. That's not the last we'll see of him making contact.
Jake Evans comes up now, batting only 139 so far in his freshman season, but after he came off the bench last night, put a good swing on a home run. First pitch slider missed outside. Evans with 2 home runs this year, and that one last night was not a cheapie. Left the yard to dead center field. Not often you see home runs out that far here at Blair Field. Not really a hitter's park, especially at night. Slider off the outside corner again for ball 2.
Yeah, Jake Evans, a bit of an enigma on Friday night, struck out 5 times before being substituted out of the game. Comes back last night, knocks a home run. It's the start again today.
Takes one off the outside corner again. Matt Barnes has been throwing that slider quite a bit so far in this outing, but he can't land 3 of them in a row, so it's a 3-0 count to Jake Evans. Now he finds the zone with a fastball. Count 3-1.
2 outs and nobody on. Jake Evans certainly has the green light here. Bottom half of this Dirtbags lineup looking to get something started.
Barnes still pitching out of the stretch. 3-1 slider missed inside. So Jake Evans has himself a 5-pitch walk. He'll head down to first as a 2-out base runner for the Dirtbags.
A lot of discipline there from Jake Evans. A tempting pitch to swing at, but able to lay off. Tosses the shin guard. Take up responsibilities as a base runner now. Now the 9-hitter steps up to the plate. It's Connor Stewart. Rocking some Migos and mustard. I like it a lot, Bruce.
Oh yeah, me too. Head bopping over here.
A little lost in the sauce.
Number 9 hitter in the Long Beach order with a man on first and 2 down. First pitch fastball missed outside. Jake Evans 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts this year. Good time to run with 2 outs. One-0 pitch, breaking ball in there at the knees for a strike. The one caveat, of course, running with 2 outs and the number 9 hitter up. If you were to get caught stealing, then the Dirtbags would no longer be flipping the lineup. One line drive fouled on the right side. Count now 1-2 to the Dirtbag catcher.
Connor Stewart batting .200 this season, but did go 2 for 3 last night with a strikeout followed by a pair of singles. Did come around to score as well. So coming off a strong performance last night. Runner on first with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second.
Evans goes. Slider missed inside. Throw down to second from Gentile. Head first slide, and he's in there. Jake Evans has his 2nd stolen base of the year as Connor Stewart took a breaking ball off the inside corner. Count now 2-2 with a man in scoring position for the Dirtbags.
There you go, Jake Evans. Getting the front of the uniform dirty. Has to shake out some dirt. Got a good hop on the pitch. Able to slide into second and just beat the throw.
2-2 pitch. Pop up right side, ranging back into the grass. Leahy still going, and he makes the catch. His right fielder Murphy was in just behind him, but Leahy able to make the play himself. Dirtbags strand another in scoring position. We're going to the 3rd inning, still no score here on 22 West Radio. So far this game, a continuation of the last two nights. No score and only one hit per team through 2 innings. Top of the order coming up for UC Davis. Still Jake Fields on the mound for the Dirtbags as we begin the 3rd inning. First pitch, fly ball into shallow left field, going into foul territory, and it'll get down on the warning track for strike 1.
Top of the 3rd inning is where UC Davis was able to take the lead last night. Looking for a repeat of that success with 1, 2, and 3 due up here in the top of the 3rd.
Fields works out of the windup. Line drive right side. This is foul again. So Wooldridge hits a foul ball, one to either side of the field, and he's behind 0-2.
Braden Woolridge, the 6-foot junior, was a 2-sport athlete in high school. Baseball and basketball his specialties. An all-league player in both sports.
0-2 pitch, line drive up the middle. That's down for a hit. Wooldridge rounds first base aggressively. Champagne got over and gets the ball in, though, to hold him to a single. So Wooldridge still swinging aggressively, swung at all 3 pitches in his first at-bat, does the same thing here, and finds himself a base hit up the middle.
Now Wooldridge 0 for 3 last night, able to knock a single. Aggies offense still staying aggressive on Fields.
He reached his first time with an error, but was also a hard hit ball there. So good start to the day for the UC Davis leadoff man. And now Tyler Howard steps in. Man on first and nobody out. Fields working out of the stretch now. First pitch fastball in at the knees for a strike. Wooldridge down at first base, 3 for 4 on stolen base attempts this year. It's a 1-1 count now to Tyler Howard. Short lead over there, but Fields picks off anyway. Wooldridge dives back safely.
Tyler Howard began this series as the leadoff man for UC Davis in his sophomore season. An ever-present member in the Aggies lineup. Today his 37th start.
Now he takes one in the dirt, knocked down by Stewart, so that keeps the runner at first base. 2-1 count now to Tyler Howard. Moved over to center field today after playing right field last night. He went 1 for 4, an RBI single, and also laid down a sacrifice bunt. Was bunting for a hit, but with a man on base, that's how it went in the books. 2-1, swung on and missed. Down and away, he chased it. Count now evens 2-2. Low hands and a quiet bat waggle for the UC Davis center fielder. 2-2 pitch down in the dirt, taken again and blocked again by Stewart. Count now full with Wooldridge still down at first.
Tyler Howard has a very nonchalant batting stance. Stands almost straight up. Doesn't get too deep and his feet pretty close together.
Full count, 1 man on and no out here in the 3rd inning. Pitch comes home, it's tapped foul. Runner was staying put at first base, but Howard just fights off a slider to stay alive.
Howard had to expand the zone that time on the swing. Takes the helmet off to adjust the hair and now will face full count.
No score in the top of the 3rd inning. UC Davis looking to rally. Fields trying to put away Howard, and he missed up and away with a fastball. So Tyler Howard with a heck of a plate appearance there. Draws a long walk, and now UC Davis looking like a repeat of the 1st inning as Wooldridge and Howard reach to lead off this 3rd.
And it's Jackson Murphy, the hot bat for the Aggies, coming up to the plate now. A dangerous spot, and once again, UC Davis looking to plate their first run of this ball game.
Murphy walked his first time up there. First and second, nobody out for the Aggies. Right on left matchup with Murphy in the box. He takes a fastball just above the letters for ball one.
Yeah, something the Dirtbags defense is going to have to contend with now. Bit of an overcast day here at Blair Field. The sun peeking in and peeking out at times.
There's some decent wind here as well, so that's something to watch as this game goes on. Ball likely won't be flying as well as it usually does on Sunday day games. And now Fields misses high again. Connor Stewart immediately pops up out of the squat and will call time and walk out there to talk with his redshirt freshman. It's just those two on the mound. The Dirtbags infield remains at their positions and nobody comes out of the dugout.
Yeah, it's just that fastball from Fields that's been missing high on the last few pitches. Stewart will now break that meeting, head back to home plate. No action yet in the Dirtbags bullpen either.
Two-0 count to Jackson Murphy. Murphy had 3 hits last night. Pitch missed high. So 4 straight fastballs that cannot find the zone from Jake Fields. It's a 3-0 count to Jackson Murphy. Right-hander just looking to find the zone, and he does. Fastball on the outside corner there for a strike.
After that pitch, Fields grabs a fistful of dirt from the pitcher's mound. Looking to avoid another bases-loaded, no-out situation.
3-1. Taken off the outside corner. Went back to the fastball, but missed that time. So the walk from Jackson Murphy, his second of the game so far, and we're back to the same situation as the first inning. Bases loaded, nobody out for the Aggies. The first time around, Jake Fields was able to work out of it, but we'll see if he can do it again. Tough situation here. Nick Leahy comes up looking for some redemption after the first time up in this spot. He popped up in foul territory.
Yeah, another mound visit now and some more warm-ups occurring in the bullpen. This might be it for Jake Fields. Escaped, bases loaded in the top of the first. You can imagine that lightning may not strike twice here.
Rolando Garza giving the walk out to the mound. This time it's the full Dirtbag defense around on the mound with him. And now it looks like it is going to be a pitching change. Dirtbags going to the bullpen here. Jake Fields, after loading the bases with nobody out for the second time today, will not get the chance to try and work out of it again. Bases juiced, nobody down, and the Dirtbags go to the bullpen. We'll be right back to introduce the new arm here on 22 West Radio. Alex Ramos coming out of the bullpen for the Dirtbags, looking to pick up his teammate Jake Fields. Fields exits with no runs against him so far, but he's responsible for all 3 runners on base. So the base is loaded and nobody out here in the top of the 3rd inning. No score between the Aggies and the Dirtbags. Nick Leahy coming up to face the right-handed reliever in a big spot here to try and get the Aggies the first lead of the game. Corner infield in for the Dirtbags, right-on-right matchup. Slider on the outside corner for strike 1.
Alex Ramos is going to need to have some short-term memory. Put his last performance behind him. Came out against Arizona State in the second game of a midweek doubleheader. Gave up 4 hits and 8 runs.
0-1 slider tapped within the home plate circle and foul. So Alex Ramos jumps ahead 0-2 on the UC Davis second baseman. Ramos, the first-year Dirtbag, transferred in out of junior college. Originally went to San Dimas High School. 0-2 pitch, slider down in the dirt, taken by Leahy, and a nice block behind the dish by Connor Stewart. So the runners remain at every base. 1-2 count, bases loaded, nobody out. Pitch, chopper left side, fielded by Evans. The throw home in time, throw to first from Stewart, also in time. A 5-2-3 double play turned by the Dirtbags, and now all of a sudden they're 1 out away from escaping the jam again.
Excellent work from Jake Evans. Could have turned a triple play. That ball hit close to third base instead. Elects to throw home. Stewart, excellent awareness, tags the plate, and then beats the runner to first. Runners still on second and third for the Aggies, but a huge moment there, Bruce, for this Dirtbags defense.
What a play by the Dirtbags defense, started by the true freshman Jake Fields at third base. Has not had the cleanest of seasons defensively, as a swing and a miss to Evan Gentile gets his at-bat started. Went to the backhand and threw on the run to home plate, and then Connor Stewart pinwheels and throws to first for the double play. Runners now at second and third with 2 outs. Not quite out of it yet for Alex Ramos. 0-1 pitch, slider off the outside corner for a ball. Right on right matchup again. 1-1 pitch from Ramos. Slider roped into left field. Toomey ranges over towards the line, but he's there to make the catch. The Dirtbags, for the second time today, have gone from bases loaded, nobody out against them, to a 0 on the board for the Aggies. We're going to the bottom of the 3rd. Still no score here on 22 West Radio. Going to the bottom of the third inning, still no score between the Aggies and the Dirtbags. Gotta ask JD, is it better to be good or better to be lucky? Regardless of what it is, the Aggies have left 30 runners stranded on base through the first 27 innings of this series. They do it again, leaving 2 stranded in the top of the third. Breaking ball missed for ball 1 to Kyle Ashworth. They had the bases loaded and nobody out for the second time in this ball game, and then the middle of the order, 4, 5, and 6 spots cannot come through again. So we're still scoreless in the bottom of the third. Fastball missed again. 2-0 counts Kyle Ashworth.
I'll go with lucky, Bruce. You can be a good baseball team, but sometimes you just need something to break your way. And already twice in this game, Dirtbags have gotten out of some precarious situations.
2-0 taken for a strike. Of course, got to give credit to all the Dirtbag guys for executing. But when you're in those spots over and over, got to be happy that the right batted balls are getting hit to not bring in a run. Slider at the knees for a strike. So it's a 2-2 count to Kyle Ashworth, leading off the bottom of the third inning.
On the other side, UC Davis. That stat is astounding. 30 base runners left on through 27 innings. Certainly unlucky.
Missed low there, so the count is full to Ashworth. You pair those 30 runners left on this series with only 2 runs scored for the Aggies. It's a perfect storm to make it sound like you'd be surprised to even know that they've won one of these 2 games. Ashworth chops one foul to stay alive. This is the rubber match today after the Aggies won game 1 of the series in 15 innings on Friday night. 1-0 the score. Last night, Dirtbags responded with a 4-1 win. Another payoff pitch to Ashworth, checked his swing and fouled it straight back.
That pitch was coming towards him. More of a defensive swing than anything. Be also interesting to see how long Matt Barnes goes today. Hasn't gone more than 3 innings all season. This, his 3rd inning of work, having started the game.
Nobody throwing down in the UC Davis bullpen. Here's a chopper left side. The shortstop comes over. He fields cleanly and throws across. So Gavea makes the play. Alex Gavea, very slick fielding shortstop, and he retires Kyle Ashworth to begin the third.
Armando Brasenio also looking to break a bit of a dry spell. Since coming back into the lineup in the midweek against Arizona State, hasn't had the best of luck. Last night, 0 for 4.
That was a pretty brutal midweek trip. Not a lot of good action for anybody on the Dirtbags. Brasenio takes one outside for ball 1. That was last week. Usually the midweeks are just a single game, but as the Dirtbags headed to Arizona, they played a couple games in Phoenix. Lost the first one 11-1 and the second one 17-6. 2 double-digit losses. Brasenio now takes one inside, count 2-0.
What happens in Phoenix stays in Phoenix.
Dirtbags certainly hope so. Those non-conference games feel almost like spring training in the middle of the schedule. It's an interesting dynamic. Front door slider for a strike. But as you look at the Big West standings, the overall record means nothing. Not even any tiebreaker implications there. So those games are truly just tune-ups. 2-1 grounded foul. That'll be the same on Tuesday as the Dirtbags host UCLA. It's a 6 p.m. start in a couple of days here. That'll be the final home game for the Dirtbags of the spring, and our final broadcast at Blair Field this year as well.
Dirtbags will be looking for something better than the 12-1 loss they suffered at Jackie Robinson Stadium in April.
2-2 slider missed outside as Brasenio checked his swing successfully. 1 out, nobody on, and a full count to Brasenio. Still no score here in the bottom of the third. Payoff pitch, curveball right on the outside corner. Brasenio twirled his bat over towards the dugout and started to run down to first base, trying to sell that one, but he does not get the call. Lee Myers rings him up. Matt Barnes has his 4th strikeout of the game. 2 down, nobody on for the Dirtbags.
Now Brasenio for the 2nd time today strikes out. Really thought he was going to get that ball 4 call. A disgruntled walk back to the dugout. As now the Dirtbags, for the second straight inning, have 2 outs working against them and nobody on.
Alex Champagne steps in now. First pitch taken for a strike. For Briseño, although he immediately started to run down to first after he got rung up. It didn't look like there was any sort of argument. Might have been trying to act that one into fruition. 0-1 curveball just missed outside. It was a different sort of breaking ball there that just froze Briseño. More of an up-down curveball. The main breaker for Barnes has been that slider. One fastball on the outside corner for strike 2.
Top of the lineup continues to struggle for the Dirtbags. Alex Champagne was walked in his first plate appearance. A solid 4-pitch walk work against Barnes now. Facing the 1-2.
Slider just missed the outside corner as a couple of Aggies, including Barnes, started to walk towards the dugout. Thought they caught Champagne on the back door there, but do not get the call. Two-two count to the left-handed hitting center fielder. Pitch from Barnes, fastball lined into left field, but right at the Aggies left fielder, Wooldridge. He makes the catch to end the inning. Dirtbags go down in order in the third. We're a third of the way home, going to the fourth, still no score here on 22 West Radio. Top of the fourth inning for UC Davis. It's 6, 7, and 8 due up, starting with their shortstop, Alex Gavea. Can do some scoreboard watching around the rest of the Big West. The two teams that the Dirtbags are watching closely above them are UC Santa Barbara and Hawaii. First pitch from Alex Ramos is just missed the outside corner. Close one there, but called ball 1. The Gauchos are taking on Cal State Fullerton this weekend down at Goodwin Field. Top of the fourth inning there. The Santa Barbara Gauchos are ahead 2-1. Ramos caught the zone there at the knees. Count 1-1 to Gavea. As things stand entering the day, the Dirtbags are 2 games back of that 5 seed. Gavea chased one high but fouled it back. Good thing is for the Dirtbags, they hold the tiebreaker over both UC Santa Barbara and Hawaii. Those are the 2 teams above them as they fight for that 5th seed. If the Dirtbags can just get an identical record with either of those 2 teams, Long Beach would take the 5 seed. Fly ball into center field, playable for Champagne. Started in, but now goes back and gets underneath it. He makes the play for the first out.
Good play for Champagne, like you said, Bruce. Long Beach State picked up big wins when they mattered against Santa Barbara and Hawaii. And all they need to do is just match their records, will still need to take more, you can imagine, 3 games out of their final 4, including today.
Those series against Santa Barbara and Hawaii were part of a string of a few series that the Dirtbags won in a row. First pitch to Riley Acosta, taken for a strike. And it's a couple of teams that were really expected to be a little better than they have been as this season has gone on. You see Santa Barbara was first in the preseason coaches poll in the Big West. Acosta fouls one back. The Gauchos currently just 13-13 in conference. Haven't quite lived up to the expectations, but if they can sneak into the conference tournament and hold off Long Beach and Hawaii for that 5th seed, it's still certainly a team that can be dangerous with the pitching staff that they have. Acosta calls time now. 1 out, nobody on. Acosta behind 0-2 to Alex Ramos. O2 fastball missed outside. Long Beach will only have one more Big West series after this one concludes today. Next weekend they'll be heading to UC Riverside. The non-conference series will finish the year for Long Beach State. 1-2 pitch roped into left field. Line drive off the bat of Acosta, goes for a base hit. Toomey gets it in time to hold him to a single. So Riley Acosta pulls into first as a 1-out base runner for the Aggies.
Yeah, next weekend's series against UC Riverside also pivotal. Riverside have been among the basement dwellers of the Big West this season.
They're in last place as it stands now. It's a series this weekend between CSUN and UC Riverside playing to not be in last place. But Riverside 5-18 in Big West play entering the day. Dirtbags will hope they can find their first sweep of the year next weekend to keep their chances going. First pitch taken for a ball by Houston Hirschkorn. Long Beach does not control their own destiny as things stand now. 4 games to play and 2 games back of Santa Barbara. Taking advantage of their final Big West game at home today would be pivotal. Pickoff attempt, but Acosta's back.
Houston Hirschkorn, the 6'3" freshman in his first season out of Kingsburg High School, on this UC Davis team with his brother Holden.
Alex Ramos sets below the belt, now picks off again, but Acosta dives back ahead of the throw. Didn't even get a tag laid down on him by Connor Sharpio. Line drive right at Jake Evans at third, and he makes the catch. A hard hit ball off the bat of Hirschkorn, and he's out before he can even leave the batter's box. Jake Evans makes the play on the backhand, and the runner Acosta is able to retreat to first in time to prevent a double play. 2 down with a man still at first now for the Aggies.
Some nifty glove work there from Jake Evans. Right place, right time. That ball about eye level. Evans able to make the play, and now the Dirtbags have 2 down with a runner on first.
Back-to-back hard hit balls against Alex Ramos, but the second one goes for an out. Ramos now steps over and throws over to first, about a D move there. Looked like he was just trying to reset the pitch clock. First pitch, chopped foul within the home plate circle. Story just got a piece of it. Zach Story, the number 9 hitter in the Aggies order, 0 for 1 today with a fly out to left. Wind picking up just a bit. Blowing in from right field. Another pickoff attempt, but Acosta's back.
4th pickoff attempt of this at-bat. Zach Story's only faced 1 pitch as Ramos tries to keep the runner honest. Acosta this season, no stolen bases and no attempts.
Slider found the zone for strike 2. Alex Ramos entered out of the bullpen midway through the 3rd. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Slider right on the outside corner and taken for strike 3. Rung up by Lee Myers as he checked his swing. So Alex Ramos is through his 2nd inning of work. We're going to the bottom of the 4th inning, still scoreless here on 22 West Radio. Matt Barnes back out there for UC Davis, trying to enter his 4th inning of work. As you said, JD, he has not gone more than 3 innings this season, so it would be a season high for Matt Barnes if he can make it through this 4th inning. Connor Sharpio will be leading things off for Long Beach. 4, 5, and 6 due up in the order.
Now, so far, Barnes has worked efficiently. Just 56 pitches against his line.
First one taken outside by Sharpio for ball 1.
Make that 57 pitches now, but Barnes hasn't gone more than 3 innings all season, so officially now his longest appearance of the season.
Sharpio, an awkward check swing there at a slider off the plate, and he went around. Lee Myers did not need an appeal to tell that one. Barnes remains pitching out of the stretch. Now bounces one in, and it goes straight back into the netting behind home plate. Took a deflection off the ground and off the glove of Gentile behind the plate.
It's one thing Barnes has struggled with in this game so far. It's 55-foot pitches. Has spiked a few in the dirt.
Sharpio takes one on the outside corner. Another slider there, and the count evens at 2s.
Barnes has also matched his season high and thus career high in strikeouts with 4, looking to get his 5th here against Sharpio.
2-2 pitch, missed outside. Barnes started to do the walk around the mound, but does not get the call. So it's another full count. Dirtbags have been getting deep in counts here in these last couple innings against Barnes. Sharpio up there to lead off this 4th, still scoreless between the Aggies and the Dirtbags. Payoff pitch popped up into shallow center field, ranging in. Howard gets underneath it, and he makes the play for the first out.
Sharpio unable to get square on the ball that time. In the end, doesn't trouble Howard too much in center field. Today, rocking a bright teal glove. Easy to see, even from our vantage point.
Howard was playing right field last night, but shifted over to center field today. Matt Toomey coming up next for Long Beach State. Toomey had a nice night last night that included a triple. 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. First pitch from Barnes, a fastball taken high. Toomey is a guy that really has gotten better as the season has gone on. Certainly has the physical traits to be a star. The at-bat quality has gotten better as the season's gone on as well. Checked his swing, but went around here on a slider in the dirt. Really the problem for Toomey this year has been the strikeouts. He's got 37 of them this year and 97 at-bats. That was entering the game, so add 1 to both of those numbers after he struck out his first time. Takes one outside, count now 2-1.
Matt Toomey, just an aggressive player overall. Obviously strikes out almost a third of the time.
More than
a third of the time. Loves to run the bases, loves to swing the bat.
2-1, chop fouled on the right side.
Freshman out of Mammoth Lakes, California, wrapping up his first season as a Dirtbag. Hopefully we'll be seeing more of him over the next few years.
Two pitch, fouled straight back, was right on it, but can't get it fair. Toomey came into this game batting .258. That average has been much lower for a large chunk of this season. Another 2-2, missed outside. So good plate appearance here. Toomey has worked it full.
Toomey just looking off those pitches that are outside the zone. Barnes trying to get him to chase on a few fastballs. Now needs to dial it in.
Only 1 hit so far today for the Dirtbags. Full count with 1 out. The pitch is swung on and missed. Fastball up and away, powered by Barnes. The right-hander for UC Davis has his 5th strikeout. 2 down, nobody on now for the Dirtbags.
New season and career high for Barnes. Just too much velocity on that pitch for Toomey. Now the Dirtbags continue to struggle offensively. It's Nathan Cadena stepping up. Struck out in the second, looking for his first hit of the series.
Even in their 1 win of the series, the Dirtbags took a little bit to get their offense going. They were shut out through 4 frames yesterday before finally plating a couple in the 5th. First pitch taken inside by Cadena. Those 2 5th-inning runs were their first runs of the series in Game 2 after they were shut out in 15 innings on Friday. 1-0 slider taken for a strike.
Oh, pitch high in the zone. Cadena thought about swinging, but didn't bring the bat around. Now faces the 1-1 count.
Another curveball yanked foul. Cadena tapped his bat in the home plate circle, looking a little bit frustrated as that curveball stayed up at the belt, but he was just early on it. One-two pitch from Barnes, popped up left side, ranging back Gavea into the grass. He's still going, calls it off, and makes the play. Could not get fully camped underneath it, but the slick fielding shortstop for UC Davis gets there and makes the catch to end the inning. Dirtbags go down in order in the 4th, going to the 5th inning, still scoreless here on 22 West Radio. Fifth inning, still no score between the Dirtbags and UC Davis. This is a rubber match of the series. Both these teams desperately needing a win. The Aggies are in a bit of a different situation than Long Beach. They've still got a couple of Big West series on the schedule after this one. Slider on the outside corner for a strike. Whoever wins this game today will have 7th place in the Big West. Oh, 1 checked his swing, and it's called a strike. He went around, according to third base umpire Gary Gilman. Top of the order up here for UC Davis and Braden Woldridge. Both times that the top of the order has batted for the Aggies, they've loaded the bases with nobody out, and we roped one foul. But both times, the 4, 5, and 6 spots in the order have not been able to come through.
Woldridge, a bit of a do-it-all man for UC Davis, leading them in batting this season. He's also pitched 12 2/3 innings for the Aggies.
Pop-up out of play down the third base line. Two-way players still fairly rare in college baseball, but certainly more common here than in the professional ranks. Oh-2 curveball popped up. This one in fair territory, left field. Toomey gets there and makes the catch. So Braden Woldridge is retired for the first time today. Reached on an error his first time up, but now he'll head to the dugout, 1 out, nobody on.
Makes way for Tyler Howard. Howard came into this game batting .250. The Encinitas, California native.
Pitch from Ramos in there at the knees for a strike.
Howard has reached base in his first 2 plate appearances as well. Knocked a single in the first and was walked in the third.
0-1 fastball on the outside corner for strike 2. Nice location from Alex Ramos, who has looked good since coming out of the bullpen through 2 1/3 innings. Alex Ramos at only 1 hit against him. 0-2 fastball missed high.
Ramos also has only thrown 28 pitches. Dirtbags looking for some depth out of their bullpen today.
1-2 slider swung on and missed. Sent him spinning in a circle as Tyler Howard chased one down and away. Ramos has his second punch out. 2 down, nobody on for UC Davis.
Tyler Howard had to hit a little pirouette on the way back to the dugout. Great pitch from Ramos, down and away. Gets his second strikeout of the game. Now the Aggies, with nobody on, have 2 outs working against him.
First pitch missed low to Jackson Murphy. Ramos, if he can get Murphy out, will have faced the minimum through 3 innings. Fastball at the letters for a strike.
Murphy's been walked in his first 2 at-bats. See if Ramos pitches to him here.
1-1 fastball missed low. Dirtbags have been careful with Murphy today after his 3-hit performance last night. 2-1 slider missed just inside. Connor Stewart held onto that one for an extra second and then immediately was asking Lee Myers where it was. 3-1 breaker, missed below the knees. Jackson Murphy has walked all 3 times up there today.
And once again, Connor Stewart did his best to frame that pitch. Just missed the strike zone, and now the Aggies have a runner on first.
Nick Leahy has batted with runners on base in all 3 trips to the plate today. First 2 times it was bases loaded, nobody out, and he could not come through. First time up, he popped out in foul territory down the third base line. First pitch chopped foul. Second time, In the third inning, he went up and grounded into a 5-2-3 double play. Jake Evans fielded the ground ball, came home, and then Connor Stewart got Leahy by a step at first base. 0-1 slider, line drive right side, just foul. Sent some dust flying on the warning track as that ball cut into foul territory. So it's an 0-2 count to the UC Davis second baseman.
Leahy a little bit too early on that pitch, but still makes solid contact. First time today, as you mentioned, Bruce, he's at the plate and the bases aren't loaded.
Ramos trying to put him away. 0-2 fastball line down the right field line again and foul again.
Same spot, just a little bit higher in the air.
Oh, 2 again. Taken for a ball, but the throw down to first has him backpicked. Murphy, what was he doing there? Took an insanely large secondary lead, got way off the base, and as Stewart caught the slider down and away, had him dead to rights, threw down to first and had him by a mile. So a big base running mistake there by Jackson Murphy, got himself way off the base. Looked like he might have thought that that slider was gonna bounce in and he was gonna try to move up to second base, but Stewart caught it clean and threw down and backpicked him at first to end the inning. We're going to the bottom of the fifth, still scoreless here on 22 West Radio. Bottom of the fifth inning, these two teams still scoreless as the pitching has continued to be the dominant force through this third game of the series. Only 6 combined runs between these two teams through the first 2 games, and still nothing as we enter the bottom of the fifth. Trotter Enright leading it off. UC Davis has finally gone to the bullpen. First pitch bunted up in the air and foul over by the Dirtbags dugout.
Pitching change for UC Davis. Tyler Wood on the mound now.
Tyler Wood, a sophomore right-hander. So 4 innings for Matt Barnes sets his career high. A nice start for him today. 0-1 pitch from Wood in there for a strike.
Wood stands 6'3", out of De La Salle High School, native of Danville, California. So far this season, 48 innings pitched, 4.31 ERA coming into this one.
0-2 count to Trotter Enright. Fastball missed up and away. Wood has had plenty of experience on the mound this year, 48 innings for UC Davis. Also means we can set the final line for Matt Barnes. First the 1-2 taken down in the dirt. Matt Barnes goes 4 innings, 1 hit against him, 0 runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, and 73 pitches. Dirtbags got into a lot of deep counts against him, but could only muster 1 hit. Two from Wood, taken low again. Trotter Enright has worked it full.
Wood has also seen plenty of action recently, went 5 innings against Fullerton in a loss. He's also pitched a high of 6 innings this season against Stanford, so he can certainly go the distance if his stuff is working.
Payoff pitch, fastball grounded over to second, ranging in. Leahy makes the play and throws to first in plenty of time for the first out.
Nick Leahy, sure-gloved second baseman, made that hard hit chopper look easy. Trotter Enright tosses the bright yellow bat and will be retired to the dugout, making way for Jake Evans.
Jake Evans walked his first time up. Stole a base during that trip. First pitch slider on the outside corner for strike 1. It's been a slider-heavy day so far for the UC Davis pitching staff. Matt Barnes leaned on his heavily. 0-1 fly ball into left center field, ranging back into the gap. Wooldridge back to the track, and it's at the wall, knocked down. Howard couldn't come up with it, so Jake Evans is into second base. It was a hard collision as the center fielder, Howard, was the one who got over into the gap. The ball hit him in the leather as he hit the wall hard, but then it couldn't stay in. So the ball lands on the warning track, and Jake Evans pulls into second base with a 1-out double.
Good to see Wooldridge and Howard okay. Both of them were converging on the ball. It was Howard who crashed into the wall trying to make the catch. Nearly another home run for Jake Evans. Already has 1 this weekend. Now an easy stand-up double. Bottom half of the order once again delivering for the Dirtbags. Runner on second, 1 out. Now it's Connor Stewart up to the plate.
The true freshman Evans showing off some strength this weekend. Went dead center on a homer last night. Now just about leaves the yard, but has himself a double. First pitch to Connor Stewart taken low for ball 1. Dirtbags with a man at second base and 1 out. Still no score on the bottom of the 5th inning.
Jake Evans, a guy who always gets this Blair Field crowd going, the Long Beach native in his freshman season. Always has the crowd behind him.
1-0 fastball yanked left field line and foul. That one was not quite home run distance, but a hard hit ball off the bat of Connor Stewart. Just works its way, bounced off the track and into the Dirtbags bullpen.
Had that stayed fair, Evans certainly would have scored. Connor Stewart now digs that back foot in to face the 1-1 pitch.
Comes home and he fouls it straight back. Slider there that Stewart was on time with, but deflecting blow goes back to the backstop. Stewart, the number 9 hitter, so Kyle Ashworth is looming on deck. 1-2 count to the Dirtbag catcher. Wood exhales. The pitch bounced in. Nice block behind the dish by Gentile. Will keep Evans at second base, but the count is now even 2-2. Wood looks back there. Now the 2-2 pitch is fouled back. Went with a fastball at the letters that Stewart fights off.
Solid at bat here from Connor Stewart. A lot of foul balls. He's swinging hard, so if he can make contact here, he's looking for an extra base hit.
Stewart waggles the bat. A right-on-right matchup here. Still a 2-2 count. The pitch. Slider roped right at the third baseman. Story makes the catch and then had some trouble getting the ball out of his glove. They might have had a chance to double off Jake Evans as he was sliding back to the second base bag, but Story couldn't get it out of the glove cleanly. Nonetheless, the line out makes it 2 down. Evans still remaining at second.
Yeah, and a bit of an apologetic wave from Nick Leahy, the second baseman. Leahy too far off the bag, did not come in to cover. Story was ready to throw down, but the Aggies just out of position, not ready to turn 2.
Kyle Ashworth up now for the Dirtbags. First pitch slider on the inside corner for strike 1.
Kyle Ashworth today responsible for half of the Dirtbags hits. Knocked a single in the top of the first. Looking to make contact again.
0-1 pitch grounded over to second. Leahy ranges in, tosses underhand to first in time for the third out. So the Dirtbags leave their 4th runner stranded of the game. Evans has his 1-out double turned into a stranded runner. So now we're going to the 6th. Still no score between the Dirtbags and the Aggies here on 22 West Radio. Dirtbags going to the bullpen here after a nice performance from Alex Ramos in relief. He goes 3 innings and now turns it over to his teammate Kaimi Kahalekai, the true freshman right-hander. Enters 13 games this season for Kahalekai. He's got 2 saves and a 9.10 ERA. Very up and down for him so far this spring. He delivers a first pitch strike to Nick Leahy.
Yeah, his last outing against Arizona State in the first game of that midweek doubleheader, certainly a down. Only able to make it through 2 1/3. Give up 5 hits and 7 runs.
Chopper left side and foul. So he's jumped ahead 0-2 on Leahy. Kahalekai had a good series when he returned back to Hawaii, where he's originally from, against the Rainbow Warriors. Picked up both of those saves. Slider fouled back.
Something about that island air was certainly working for Kaimi Kahalekai, but since then has struggled. In his last 5 appearances has given up a staggering 15 runs.
He's lost all 6 of his decisions this year. Another 0-2, fastball missed high. That heater for Kahalekai sits right around the 90-mile-an-hour mark. Catches some 88s and 89s as well as the occasional 91. 1-2. Fastball right on the outside corner. Beautiful location from Kahalekai. Rings up Leahy for the first out.
Kahalekai certainly has the stuff. Was a highly touted prospect coming out of Hawaii. So in his freshman season, like you said, Bruce, it's been up and down, but he's certainly shown flashes of potential. A piece of the future TJ Bruce is building here at Long Beach State.
Evan Gentile up next. UC Davis has a very right-handed stacked lineup today, despite the fact that all three pitchers so far today for Long Beach have been righties. First pitch chopped fouled on the third baseline. 7 of the 9 batters in the Aggies batting order bat right-handed, including Gentile at the plate now. A 1 fastball missed just outside. Kahalekai stands a cool 6'8", very identifiable on the mound. 0-1 taken for a strike at the knees. Despite standing up at 6'8", he's got a slightly lower release. It's like a lower end of the 3/4 range. 1-2 missed outside.
Kahalekai really doesn't lean into that length too much. Able to generate a lot of power from the lower body.
You know, that's something that's become fairly common in this new analytical era of baseball. 2-2 grounded over to second base, fielded cleanly, and the throw to first is in time. Making the play there is Trotter Enright. But for a lot of these taller pitchers, it allows them the flexibility to throw out of that lower arm slot, try to get the ride fastball at the top of the zone without sacrificing too much in release height. Some certain pitchers that come to mind in the big leagues with that sort of touted characteristic. Emmett Sheehan, a Dodger right-hander that stands pretty tall and has a similar approach. Kahalekai delivers a strike to Alex Gavea.
Any 6'8" big leaguers that come to mind?
6'8's pretty tall, especially on the pitching side. I believe Aaron Judge stands 6'7". Next one swung on and missed by Gavea, so Kahalekai's ahead 1-2. The tall pitcher that really stands out in my mind is Chris Young. Was an old veteran right-hander, stood 6'10". 1-2 missed outside. Chris Young now in the Rangers front office. I believe he's their general manager now.
6'10" is absurd.
A long big league career too, 271 games, and he was good. 2-2 swung on and missed. Nice changeup there from Kahalekai. Gets Gavea to swing over the top of it. So it's a 1-2-3 frame for the freshman right-hander coming out of the bullpen. And as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, still no score between the Dirtbags and the Aggies. Who's going to blink first? Let's see if it's the Dirtbags next here on 22 West Radio. Bottom of the 6th, still no score here on this Sunday rubber match between Long Beach State and UC Davis. It's the 2, 3, and 4 spots due up in the Long Beach order as they try to strike first. Not too much traffic on the bases for either of these teams today. The Aggies with 3 hits, Dirtbags only with 2. UC Davis has left 6 runners on, Long Beach 4. Briseño steps in 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. First pitch missed down in the dirt. Tyler Wood back out there for the Aggies.
Yeah, Armando Briseño today hasn't been slicker than the average compared to the rest of the season. 2 strikeouts against him today, just hasn't been able to get anything going.
Nice tie-in. Pop up right side, that'll get out of play.
Briseño, highly sought after shortstop prospect, is on multiple national watch lists coming into the end of the season.
Briseño is a junior this year. 1-1 breaking ball lifted out into right field, ranging back, but Murphy able to get there to make the catch. Briseño with a decent swing on a pitch off the outside corner, but he flies out to begin the 6th.
First time he's made solid contact today, but nevertheless retired for the 3rd straight time. Now making way for Alex Champagne.
Dirtbags have only had 1 runner reach in their last 12 plate appearances. That was that double from Jake Evans last inning. First pitch to Alex Champagne, a breaking ball in for a strike. He showed bunt, but pulled it back and took it for a strike. Corner infield pulled in now for the Aggies, trying to play the bunt for Champagne. It's always something that Alex Champagne has tucked in his back pocket, ready to use. 0-1 line drive into right center. Howard ranges over. Murphy on a dive, can't get there, and it bounces in. Alex Champagne will round first aggressively, but hold up there. Champagne with a 1-out single, now down at first base with all his speed to potentially wreak some havoc on the bases.
Really good work from Alex Champagne, and a diving play from Murphy just wasn't in time. Solid contact, and now Dirtbags have 1 on with 1 out here. Still looking for the first run of this ball game in the bottom of the 6th.
Good effort from Murphy in right field to try to get to that one, and a nice job from Howard, his center fielder, to be there to back it up and hold Alex Champagne to a single. Champagne with 12 stolen bases this year, leading the Dirtbags. Got an aggressive lead over there. First pitch to Connor Sharpio, a fastball that missed high. Sharpio, another guy who's working through it. 0 for 2 so far today. Line out and a fly out. 1-0 taken for a strike on the inside corner.
Sharpio 0 for 4 last night as well.
That was after a 1 for 5 on Friday. So 1 for 11 in the series so far for Sharpio. 1-1 pitch taken on the outside corner for strike 2. Champagne with a healthy lead again. 1-2 pitch down in the dirt. Champagne goes. Throw down to second base on the money. Alex Champagne tries to move up on a ball in the dirt, but Gentile throws him out. An absolute strike from behind home plate after he blocked down a slider. Alex Champagne gets cut down trying to advance on a ball in the dirt. Now 2 down and nobody on for the Dirtbags.
A rare sight. Alex Champagne caught for only the 2nd time this season. Got the jump on it, was a bit indecisive on whether he wanted to go or not. And in the end, it was Gentile who got the throw down in plenty of time.
2-2 slider lifted out into left center field. Woldridge, the left fielder, ranges over and makes the catch. So Sharpio retired for the 3rd time today. And after Alex Champagne's 1-out single got him aboard, he's cut down trying to advance on a ball in the dirt. And then Sharpio flies out to end the inning. We're 2/3 of the way through this one, going to the 7th inning. Still no score here on 22 West Radio. Heading to the 7th inning, neither offense has been able to strike so far today. Still 0-0 with Kaimi Kahalekai heading back out there for Long Beach State. Riley Acosta the first batter to face him. 7, 8, and 9, the bottom third in the order due up for UC Davis. First pitch strike from Kahalekai on the outside corner.
Yeah, both offenses been kept really quiet today. 3 hits apiece for the Aggies and Dirtbags. It's been UC Davis, though, with the better of the scoring chances. They've left the bases loaded twice.
Ground ball through the left side, and it gets into left field. Riley Acosta with a base hit. Not a particularly hard hit ground ball, but just found the exact right spot. Got by Jake Evans at third and Nathan Cadena at shortstop. So it's a leadoff base knock for UC Davis in the 7th inning.
So make that 4 hits now for UC Davis. Evans unable to dive and knock that ball down before it reached left field. And a leadoff single puts a runner on with nobody out for UC Davis.
Seeing eye ground ball, really couldn't have placed it any better. Usually a ball hit that softly, somebody's at least going to be diving for it, but no chance for either Dirtbag defender. And now the first pitch just hit Houston Hirschkorn on the helmet. A deflecting blow, so he heads down to first base and appears to be perfectly okay. Always scary when a pitch buzzes up and in like that, but Hirschkorn completely fine.
That's why we wear helmets.
Kaimi Kahalekai in some serious trouble now, though. First and second with nobody out here in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, UC Davis is going to call over a little meeting between the base runners and the men next up. Zach Story and Braden Woolridge due up now.
So full conference outside the UC Davis dugout.
That pitch from Kahalekai, his 6th hit batter of the season. Not known for his inaccuracy, but that was a fastball that just got away from him.
This kind of a meeting is really one of the things that distinguishes the college game from professional baseball. It's one thing that I wouldn't be surprised if at some point stops being allowed, just for the pace of play. In MLB, there aren't any meetings like this, and obviously this is not the only reason that the college game still lags behind Major League Baseball in terms of pace of play. But it was about a minute and a half long delay, and now Zach Story is ready to dig into the box. Right on right matchup, Story showing bunt early. Sharpio crashing from first base. Runners go, or no, that was Cadena running over from shortstop as a fastball missed high. So the runners are still at first and second as the Dirtbags were running the wheel play defensively. Both the corner infielders crashing, with Cadena sprinting over to third base, making sure he can get there before the runner from second.
A lot of moving parts for the Dirtbags now defensively. They're going to need to stay disciplined.
1-0 count. Story shows bunt again. Sharpio and Evans creeping in from the corners. Now he pulls it back and takes one low. Story was ready to slash. We saw that last night. UC Davis tried to slash a couple of times. Alex Gavea was the man who did it then. Gavea was batting in the 9 spot last night. Now it's Story in the 9 spot today. We showed slash there. Showing bunt early again. Infielders creeping in from the corners. Kahalekai looks back to second. Now comes downhill. It's a slash again, but he takes outside. It's a 3-0 count to Zach Story, who's gone up there and been willing to sacrifice an out. But Kahalekai cannot find the zone with 3 in a row.
Both a left and right-hander warming up right now in the Dirtbags bullpen.
Top of the order, Lumen on deck. 3-0 pitch, missed badly. Down and away, and it's a 4-pitch walk for Zach Story. Bases are loaded with nobody out for the Aggies, and Braden Woldridge coming up. This is the 3rd time today the Aggies have loaded the bases with nobody out. The first 2 times the Dirtbags miraculously worked out of it without any damage, but now it's Woldridge who set the table for both of those last 2 bases loaded opportunities, now coming up with a chance to be the man to drive in a run.
Kaimi Kahalekai, 18 pitches now.
First pitch to Woldridge, down in the dirt, blocked by Stewart. But Kahalekai has missed the zone with 6 in a row. It was the hit by pitch to Hirschhorn, and then a 4-pitch walk to Story. Now ball 1 against Woldridge, and Rolando Garza is going to come out of the Dirtbag dugout.
Yeah, and this looks like it's going to be it for Kaimi Kahalekai. Conversations being relayed to the bullpen now, and the freshman has struggled mightily here in the top of the 7th.
Don't believe he's given the indication down there quite yet. The bullpen gate still closed for the Dirtbags as Garza is out on the mound giving a talk to Kahalekai. And it does appear, yeah, he's going to stay in the game. So Kahalekai will remain in. The last time in the top of the 1st inning, Garza came out of the dugout, gave a pep talk to Jake Fields with the bases loaded and nobody out before Fields then worked out of it. Garza hoping that his conversation can have a similar effect on Kaimi Kahalekai. Right on left matchup, Woldridge ahead 1-0. Next pitch, in there at the knees for a strike.
So Orlando Garza with a pep talk. You can imagine it's going to be a short leash, though, for Kahalekai. Game's still tied at 0-0. Huge opportunity to take the lead now for UC Davis.
1-1 pitch, down in the dirt, scooped up by Stewart. So it's a 2-1 count now to Woldridge. Dirtbags have both of the corner infielders drawn in, Evans at 3rd, Sharpio at 1st. Middle infield still playing in double play depth. 2-1 pitch from Kahalekai, missed low. So he was able to respond after the mound visit with the strike, but now Kahalekai misses on back-to-back. And Woldridge is ahead 3-1 with nowhere to put him. Tyler Howard on deck. Kahalekai just trying to find the zone. 3-1 pitch, line drive out into center field. Champagne dead sprint ranging back, and he gets there, makes the catch. It's plenty deep enough to score a run. The throw comes in and is cut off on the relay. The man from second, Hirschhorn, tagged up and went up to 3rd as well. But it's a sacrifice fly for Braden Woldridge, who has finally broken the scoreless tie. 1-0 UC Davis here in the 7th.
Really solid contact from Woldridge. Kaimi Kahalekai needed to throw a strike. Left a fastball over the middle of the plate. Now the Aggies lead 1-0.
Runners at the corners with 1 out. Still a chance to add some more for UC Davis. Kahalekai with a right-on-right matchup now. Hirschhorn, the runner at 3rd base. Story, the runner at 1st. Pitch from Kahalekai, missed just outside. Barely off the plate there with a fastball. Tyler Howard is 1 for 2 today, a single and a walk. The 1-0 pitch, missed low. Kahalekai has lost his command here. Long pause. Now the 2-0, missed badly again. Down and away, Stewart had to launch out of the squat to get it.
Tyler Howard more than happy to just look off these pitches. Not eager to swing at the moment. Facing a 3-0 count.
Left-handed batting, Jackson Murphy on deck. Would not be surprised if this was it for Kahalekai if he walks Howard. The 3-0 pitch, he shows bunt but pulls it back as it's taken for a strike.
The body language from Kahalekai too. Negative at the moment. Needs to lock in with this 3-1 pitch.
Here it comes, and it misses down and away. Easy take again for Tyler Howard, and the bases are once again loaded.
Kahalekai now with a long look towards the dugout, and here comes Orlando Garza.
That'll do it for the freshman right-hander. Kahalekai worked a 1-2-3 inning in the 6th, but then here in the 7th, UC Davis has jumped on him. Kahalekai lost the feel for the strike zone. He'll exit with the bases loaded. All 3 runners his responsibility. It's a 1-0 UC Davis lead as the Dirtbags go to the bullpen here on 22 West Radio. Van Larson, the reliever, coming in for Long Beach State. Makes it a left-on-left matchup with Jackson Murphy coming up. The bases are loaded for UC Davis with 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Already 1 run across the first run of the game. Aggies with a 1-0 lead. Murphy has walked all 3 trips today. First pitch slider missed outside from Van Larson.
Van Larson, last time he was at Blair Field, put in his best performance of the season, 5 scoreless innings against CSUN. Looking for a replicate performance today.
1-0 slider on the outside corner this time. Same pitch, but just a little further towards the plate. Gets the strike call. Another slider, just low this time. So Murphy's ahead 2-1. The runners around the bases for UC Davis. Houston Hirschkorn at third base, Zach Story at second, and Tyler Howard at first. 2-1 slider, missed outside. So Van Larson will need to find the zone here. It's a 3-1 count to Jackson Murphy with nowhere to put it.
Van Larson loves the slider. Usually a guy for this Dirtbags team who only goes about an inning. Huge pitch here.
The 3-1 slider in there for a strike. Caught the middle of the plate that time, but Murphy looked like he was taken all the way. Count now full. Dirtbags playing halfway up the middle. Both the corners pulled in. Payoff pitch from Van Larsen. Slider waved at and missed. Jackson Murphy chases it down and away. Van Larsen comes back from a 3-1 count to strike him out. Bases still loaded, but now 2 outs in the inning.
Excellent work from Van Larsen. Relies on that slider. Murphy is retired. Beautiful pitch for strike 3.
And it's just going to be a 1-batter trip to the mound for Van Larsen. He comes in to face the lefty, does his job, and now the Dirtbags will go back to the bullpen to face the right-handed hitting Nick Leahy. So Rolando Garza heads right back out there, gives a nice little pep talk to Van Larsen, telling him he did his job. Bases still loaded for UC Davis with 2 outs as the Dirtbags go to a right-handed reliever here on 22 West Radio. Tyler Gebb, the reliever coming out of the bullpen for Long Beach State. Van Larsen enters for just 1 batter, strikes out Jackson Murphy, and then hits the showers. Tyler Gebb enters here in a huge spot. UC Davis still with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the inning. It's a 1-0 Aggies lead already. Trying to add some more here as Tyler Gebb looks to shut him down. Nick Leahy, the second baseman, coming up to bat for UC Davis. Gebb entering today with 24 games pitched this year and a 7.85 ERA.
Nick Leahy always seems to be in these spots. He's already batted twice today with the bases loaded.
First pitch off the outside corner for ball 1.
This will be the 3rd time Leahy is at the plate with 3 runners on. The Aggies today have already left 6 runners stranded.
Gebb comes home, the 1-0, hard ground ball up the middle. Cadena slides, fields it cleanly, the toss to second, not in time.
Oh.
Howard just beat the play to second base, slid in feet first. A heck of an effort by Nathan Cadena as he dove to his left and then shoveled the ball on the backhand to second base, but not in time to get the force, and that brings in another run. UC Davis now ahead 2-0.
That was an incredibly close play, Bruce. Nathan Cadena was playing with his heels on the outfield grass, dove to make the stop, and looked like that was going to be in time. Trotter Enright had second base covered, but Nick Leahy able to knock a single, advance the runners, and the bases are still loaded for UC Davis.
Didn't look like Enright got there in time to give much of a stretch off the second base bag. And the first pitch misses low to Evan Gentile. So close to getting out of the inning there for the Dirtbags on a very great play by Nathan Cadena. 1-0 pitch to Evan Gentile, taken low again for ball 2.
Yeah, it's all about mentally resetting now as well for Tyler Gebb.
Absolutely. This is the kind of dangerous spot where the inning and the entire game could get away from you if you have a lapse of focus after that last play. 2-0 swung on and missed. Nice job by Gebb to get back into the strike zone. It's now a 2-1 count to Gentile. Pop up right side within the infield. Sharpio is underneath it, just on the fringe of the grass. He makes the catch. So UC Davis leaves the bases stranded, but they put across 2 in the top of the 7th inning as these Dirtbags fans will stretch here at Blair Field. It's 2-0 Aggies here on 22 West Radio. Dirtbags going to need to try to respond with their offense now. It's 2-0 Aggies entering the bottom of the 7th inning. Matt Toomey on the bump, or in the box, excuse me. Tyler Wood back on the bump, and he misses low with the first pitch.
Tyler Wood back out on the mound, pitched the last 2 innings. Now face Matt Toomey in bottom half of this order.
Chopper right side, the first baseman comes in, fields, and tosses over to first. So a nice play by Hirschkorn. Plays it routine, but the PFP works effectively for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, the Dirtbags really need to get going on offense now. They're down 2 runs. Not out of the Big West playoff picture just yet, but a loss today would certainly set them way below the line.
Nathan Cadena comes up next for the Dirtbags. Tyler Wood in his 3rd inning of work on the mound. First pitch slider on the outside corner for a strike.
Cadena still looking to get on base. So far today, a strikeout and a flyout.
Oh-1, swung on and missed. Cadena with the tough series to this point. Swings and misses again. So Cadena strikes out on 3 pitches, still hitless in this weekend series. Now 2 down, nobody out, or 2 down, nobody on for the Dirtbags.
Yeah, and that swing from Nathan Cadena and really that at-bat kind of summarizes where the Dirtbags are at right now. Need to get something going, and Cadena has to expand the zone and chases a pitch outside. Dirtbags, as they have done so many times today, find themselves facing 2 outs and nobody on base.
Tyler Wood looking for a shutdown inning after UC Davis took the lead in the top half. First pitch missed low to Trotter Enright. Enright 0 for 2 today, coming off a game yesterday in which he reached in all 3 of his plate appearances. A couple of RBIs last night for him as well, but it's 2 groundouts on his line so far in this one. Fly ball down the left field line and foul.
Trotter Enright has impressed me a lot this season, Bruce. Had a few costly hiccups in the Fullerton series, but has come back and has really been one of the lone standouts so far in this 3-game series against UC Davis. Another young freshman who's gotten plenty of playing time.
1-1 missed outside. Enright's one of the guys who's gotten a lot more looks as the season's gone on due to the injuries within the Dirtbags infield. Certainly has the tools and competitive nature to be a good player for the Dirtbags moving forward. 2-1 fastball taken at the letters for strike 2.
A few groans as Enright thought about swinging but didn't fully commit. So many freshmen on this team today in the starting lineup for the Dirtbags. 4 seniors, 1 junior, and 3 freshmen. Pretty even split between the upper and lower classmen.
2-2 missed high. Tried to double up on that fastball, but just missed a little up. Count is full to Trotter Enright as he tries to work on base. Payoff pitch, pop up down the left field line. That'll get out of play. This is a huge game today for the Dirtbags. If they lose and UC Santa Barbara wins, they would be eliminated from playoff contention. So they're going to need to look for a comeback here. Another full count pitch. On the outside corner, Trotter Enright gets rung up as he takes a fastball. Lee Myers says it found the black, and the Dirtbags go down in order in the 7th. We move to the 8th inning, still 2-0 Aggies here on 22 West Radio. Heading to the 8th inning, 2-0 UC Davis. Looking over the mathematics, the Dirtbags actually will not be fully mathematically eliminated with a loss today and a UC Santa Barbara win. That would put them 3 games back with 3 conference games to play. Would make it very unlikely. First pitch taken for a strike by Alex Guevara. Tyler Gebb back out for the Dirtbags. So if both scores hold as UC Santa Barbara is currently ahead 3-1 in the 7th inning against Cal State Fullerton. A 1 pitch ground ball over to third base past a diving Jake Evans and into left field for a base hit. If the Gauchos hold on to that win down at Goodwin Park, and the Dirtbags lose here against UC Davis, that would leave the only possible scenario for the Dirtbags to make it to the Big West tournament, as UC Santa Barbara being swept by Cal State Bakersfield in their last series of Big West play. The Dirtbags would have to sweep UC Riverside in their last series, and Hawaii would have to lose enough games to not climb above UC Santa Barbara in the standings. First pitch taken for a ball by Riley Acosta. In the NJD, what I'm saying is all those things pretty unlikely if the Dirtbags can't make a comeback here today.
Yeah, Hawaii in their final series would need to lose 2 of their final 3 games. They have Fullerton to close out the season.
1-0 swung on and missed. Hawaii is playing out of conference this weekend against Oregon State, so that's why there hasn't been any Hawaii score updates given, because those games are irrelevant to the Big West Conference standings. Gebb throws a pickoff over to first, but the runner is back standing up. One pitch, pop up in foul territory down the right side. Sharpio ranges over onto the track right in front of the netting. He makes the catch, but it's ruled that it hit the netting first. Home plate umpire Lee Myers says it deflected off the netting before it found Sharpio's glove, and there isn't any argument given by Sharpio. He nods over to Connor Stewart after the Dirtbag catcher asked him if that's what happened, and Sharpio says yes. So through the booing of the Dirtbag crowd, that was the correct call.
Loudest protest coming from the stands on that play. Great tracking work from Connor Sharpio, but couldn't extend the glove in time.
That is a pretty difficult thing to do, to catch the ball cleanly like that after it deflected off the net. 1-2 count to Acosta. Pitch comes home. Chopper out in front of home plate. Gebb ranges past it. Sharpio fields this throw to first, not in time, and low. So it deflects barely away, and the runner able to move up to third base. It was Gavea that got the second on the cue ball within the infield, and then moves up to third on the ball thrown in the dirt by Sharpio. So that'll be scored a base hit within the infield by the batter Acosta, and then the throw from Sharpio over to first that got just a bit away when we scored a throwing error that allowed Guevara to get to third.
Second error of the game for the Dirtbags, and just an awkward play. Acosta hits a cue ball. If that was a bunt, Bruce, it would have been just about perfect.
It's first and third with nobody out. First pitch missed low. Houston Hirschkorn in the box now. UC Davis threatening to add to their 2-run lead. Next pitch from Gebb, swung on and missed. Dirtbags with 2 errors now on the day. That was the first one since the top of the first inning. First batter of the game was a fielding error on Jake Evans at third base. 1-1 to Hirschkorn, taken right on the inside corner for strike 2.
Good pitch that time from Tyler Gebb. Dangerous spot once again for the Aggies. Got a runner in scoring position, and Acosta is looking down second base.
Dirtbags have the infield in. 1-2, fly ball down the right field line. It gets foul. It was more of a softly hit line drive than it was a true fly ball, but the ball hung up in the air just long enough to be dangerous. Landed just about 3 or 4 feet to the right side of the foul line.
Hirschkorn that time, a bit of a half swing. Didn't wrap the bat fully around the ball. Had that stayed fair, it would have been a good possibility that at least one run would score. Hirschhorn now faces the 1-2.
Gebb sailed a fastball there. So it's a 2-2 count. Dirtbags with the infield in all the way across, even up the middle with nobody out. They're going to have to try and cut that run down rather than turning a double play. 2-2 pitch, fouled straight back. Hirschhorn 0 for 2 today. Another 2-2, high fly ball, left center field, tracking over Toomey. Champagne looking at it as well, and Toomey just gets there in front of the track. That'll go for a sacrifice fly for Hirschhorn, but the Dirtbags lucky that ball didn't find its way out of here. Good ride given by Houston Hirschhorn to one of the deepest part of the yard, but Toomey gets there to make the catch, and another run comes in. It's now 3-0 UC Davis.
It's a long 393 feet out there to center field. Matt Toomey was able to cover it all the way to the warning track. A nice defensive play, but the Aggies able to tag up the runner from third. They now lead 3-0.
Acosta, the runner at first, retreated back to the bag. So there's now a runner at first base with 1 out in the inning. UC Davis sends up a pinch hitter now. Mark Wolbert steps in. Wolbert was the starting center fielder last night. Now a pickoff attempt from Gebb, but the runner Acosta dives back. Yesterday for UC Davis, Wolbert batted second while playing center field, went 0 for 5. So he hit the bench today, but now pinch hits in the 8th inning and chops one foul to begin his plate appearance.
Wolbert, a senior for this Aggies team, has gotten a lot of looks as an MLB draft prospect. Last year played 48 games. So far this season has done well, appearing in 32 games for the Aggies.
0-1 pitch taken for a strike. Wolbert this season through 40 games is batting .246. 0-2 from Gebb, taken high and away. Good location on a fastball, but Wolbert does not chase. He's coming off a summer league season for Walnut Creek in the California Collegiate League, in which he slugged his way to a .980 OPS.
Whoa.
Gebb picks off, but Acosta's back. That OPS down at just .650 this season for Wolbert. As a freshman in 2022, Wolbert was a star. A .924 OPS, batted .351 in 41 games that spring. Now Gebb misses, so the count evens 2-2. But has not been able to find that success at the collegiate level ever since his freshman year. 2-2 pitch, fouled straight back. It's been a progressive descend for his numbers ever since that first year. 924 OPS as a freshman, 741 his second year, 701 last spring, and then 650 this year. 2-2, hard line drive down the right field line. That's going to get fair and bounce into the corner. Acosta rounds second. He's getting the wave as he rounds third. Wolbert now holds up at second base, and it's a late stop sign. Acosta turns around and heads back to third. Mark Wolbert with a 1-out double. Runners now at second and third for the Aggies.
Now Acosta wanted to make the turn to home, but the relay throw in from Ashworth to Nathan Gadina was in plenty of time. Would have had a throw out at the plate, and now a mound meeting between Tyler Gebb and Orlando Garza. As with only 1 out here in the top of the 8th, the Aggies are looking to add more damage to the scoreline.
The runner Acosta was about a quarter or maybe even a third of the way down the third baseline already when he finally got held up. And now the Dirtbags are going to go to the bullpen. Tyler Gebb gives up 4 hits in 2/3 of an inning. And now he'll head to the dugout as the Dirtbags make another move. 3-0 Aggies, and they've got a couple in scoring position, threatening again with 1 out. Dirtbags going to their bullpen once again here on 22 West Radio. Jacob Russell coming out of the bullpen, one of the 7 seniors that was recognized pregame here at Blair Field, getting a chance to pitch this weekend. Russell, a left-handed reliever, comes on to face Braden Woldridge. Second and third with 1 out. Dirtbags bring the infield in. First pitch fastball, missed outside.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Jacob Russell here at Blair Field. There's a lot of work out of the bullpen. Last appearance was against USC.
1-0 slider on the outside corner for a strike.
In that game, he only went a third of an inning. On the season, 9 2/3 innings pitched, and 8.38 ERA.
Missed with 1 now, so it counts 2-1. Russell is a first-year Dirtbag, transferred in and through 11 games has an 8.38 ERA. 2-1 slider, hard line drive into center field. Champagne tracking back. He gets there to make the catch. Plenty deep enough to score another run, though, for UC Davis. Both runners tag up and move up 90 feet. Braden Woldridge, with his second sac fly of the game, has extended the Aggie lead to 4.
Yeah, all the Aggies need to do with those runners in scoring position is make hard contact. UC Davis has piled on all 4 of their runs in the last 2 frames, and now with 2 outs, the Dirtbags looking to escape without letting Wolbert score from third.
The Aggies had been putting runners on base throughout this game, but it took them until the 7th inning to finally break through, and they've put up back-to-back 2 spots. Tyler Howard steps in and takes one inside for ball 1. It's 4-0 UC Davis now, runner at third base with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Russell's 1-0, misses outside. Tyler Howard 1 for 2 with a single and 2 walks today. That runner at third certainly feels like it would be the death blow if they can score him. 2-0 finds the zone for a strike if that hasn't happened already. This Dirtbag offense has struggled today, only 3 hits and 0 runs so far. 2-1 slider in there for strike 2.
That a good pitch from Russell. Catching the zone. Just needs 1 more strike here to get out of the inning.
Russell's 2-2, popped up and out of play back behind home plate. The senior southpaw trying to keep the score right where it is. Strand that runner at third base for the Aggies. Bounced one in. So the count is now full to Tyler Howard. Good job by Stewart behind the plate to knock that one down. Jackson Murphy waiting on deck. Payoff pitch, right on the outside corner, backdoor slider, freezes Howard. Jacob Russell has his first strikeout, and he's able to strand one of the runners at third base. One more sac fly and a two spot in the inning, though, makes it 4-0 UC Davis as we go to the bottom of the 8th here on 22 West Radio. Dirtbags have 6 outs left to work with as they try to make a comeback here in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's 4-0 UC Davis. A huge game for Long Beach State to try and keep their Big West playoff hopes within reach. They wouldn't be officially eliminated if they lose today, but it's looking like if UC Santa Barbara wins their game as well, it will be unlikely for the Dirtbags. First pitch, line drive over the jumping first baseman. Jake Evans has himself a hit, and it gets into the corner. Murphy couldn't play it. Evans is rounding second. He's going into third without a throw. Jake Evans on third base to lead off the bottom of the 8th. It's already scored an error against the right fielder, Murphy. So Jake Evans with a base hit could be a 2-bag error, as he was unlikely to get into second. Either way, Dirtbags with the leadoff man on third base to begin the 8th.
We're just talking about it, Bruce. The Dirtbags with the season on the line, they need a spark, and Jake Evans is able to deliver. Ropes that one over the jumping first baseman, Hirschkorn, and thanks to a fielding error, gets himself in scoring position. The Dirtbags down 4. A great spot here for Connor Stewart.
It appears it was actually scored a double and then a fielding error to get him to third. First pitch to Connor Stewart on the outside corner for strike 1. Dirtbags needed a jolt of energy, and Jake Evans just provided it. He's got 2 extra base hits now today, a couple of doubles for him. 3 extra base hits on the weekend. On one pitch to Stewart, checked his swing and taked it outside.
Opportunity here for the crowd at Blair Field to get involved as well. Sizable contingent has packed the stands today. They're wanting something to cheer about here in the bottom of the 8th.
1-1 breaking ball popped up and out of play. One looked like it hung a bit from Tyler Wood, but Stewart can't take advantage. Now 1-2 count to the Dirtbags catcher. It would be big for Long Beach to, at the very least, break the shutout here in the 8th. Get this game back within reach. 1-2 breaking ball, floated high and outside. Stewart has a 2-2 count. The pitch, popped up out of play again.
Stewart's fouled off plenty of pitches today, but hasn't reached base. A flyout and a line out in his first 2 at-bats.
Stewart taps home plate a couple of times. Now waggles the bat up above his shoulder. Man on third with nobody out. Another 2-2 pitch. Hard ground ball over to second base, handled by Leahy. His throw to first is in time, but it does bring in the first run of the game for the Dirtbags. Jake Evans scored, and Connor Stewart picks up an RBI. 4-1 now the score.
Good piece of play from Connor Stewart, able to score the run. It's a hard hit ground ball to Leahy, and the Aggies take care of business, but the Dirtbags now have their first run on the board. It's 4-1.
Top of the order now coming up for Long Beach after the Dirtbags finally are able to plate their first run of the game here in the 8th. 1 out and nobody on for Kyle Ashworth. First pitch taken low for ball 1.
Ashworth, since his leadoff single in the bottom of the first inning, hasn't reached base. A pair of ground outs. He's 1 for 3 today.
1-0, taken inside for ball 2. Dirtbags will be trying to find any base runners any way they can. Kyle Ashworth, a guy that walks a lot, and he's ahead 2-0. Wood throws a fastball right down the middle now. Ashworth takes it.
Kyle Ashworth, the highest on-base percentage in this Dirtbags lineup. Came into today with a .475 OBS.
Here's a hard line drive towards the right center gap, a leaping, and he can't make the play. The center fielder could not bring it down. Howard with a great effort, but the ball goes to the wall, and Kyle Ashworth pulls into second base with a double. Howard ranged all the way over into the right center gap, gave a leap, and it looked like the ball tipped off the edge of his glove before finding its way to the wall. Kyle Ashworth picks up the second Dirtbags extra base hit of the inning, and he's into second base with 1 out.
Another big swing for Kyle Ashworth. Just put the ball in play and good things happen. Howard unable to bring in the catch. Dirtbags are putting together a little bit of a rally here. A runner on second, only 1 out. Armando Briseño up at the plate.
Ashworth, the runner at second with 1 out. First pitch to Briseño, fouled back. Got a hanging slider there, but hit it out of play. Dirtbags showing some signs of life as an offense here in this 8th inning. A couple of doubles against Tyler Wood so far. 0-1 pitch to Briseño, slider on the outside corner for strike 2. Briseño has already struck out twice today as he's 0 for 3. Swung on and missed. It's a 3-pitch strikeout, and Briseño now has a hat trick on the day. Ashworth remains at second base as Alex Champagne will come up to try and drive him in. 2 down and a man on second for the Dirtbags.
Yeah, Armando Briseño is still coming back from an injury, but 3 subpar at-bats for him today. Puts the Dirtbags in a 2-out hole now. Still a runner on second. See if Kyle Ashworth gets the green light with Alex Champagne digging in.
Champagne 1 for 2 with a walk. First pitch from Wood missed inside. Champagne brought back his waist out of the way of it. Big runner out there for the Dirtbags to try to trim this lead down. 1-0 pitch taken outside for ball 2. Connor Sharpio representing the tying run on deck. Alex Champagne would certainly take a walk here. 2-0 pitch right down the middle for strike 1.
Yeah, Alex Champagne gonna need to swing the bat. Wood unafraid to pitch to him. Looking to get through his 4th complete inning on the bump.
2-1 fastball down Broadway again for strike 2. The 2-1 pitch was a little more on the outside corner than the 2-0, but still a called strike. 2-2 pitch, 2-2 count now to Alex Champagne. The pitch comes home and missed high, so the count is full to the Dirtbags center fielder.
Full count, 2 outs, and a runner on second now for Alex Champagne. A huge spot for the senior.
First base is open with Connor Sharpio on deck. Payoff pitch from Wood, chopper foul down the first base line.
Champagne expanded the zone a little bit there. Just able to get the end of the bat around the ball. Chopped foul over into the Aggies dugout. Champagne stays alive.
Count is still full with Kyle Ashworth running at second. 2 outs in the inning. Aggies still ahead by 3. Another full count pitch to Champagne, bounced in, and now Ashworth has himself caught between second and third. He's going to third, he slides in, safe!
Oh.
The pitch bounced in about 5 feet in front of the plate, but was picked out by Gentile. Ashworth got himself caught halfway between the bases. Gentile made a mistake and threw behind him to second base, and then as the shortstop Gavea came in to get the throw, he immediately throws to third base, but it's not in time to get Ashworth. Just about got himself out on the bases there, but the Dirtbags now with runners at the corners and the tying run coming up to the plate.
It's not often we see Kyle Ashworth make a mistake on the base paths. If that throw goes to third, Bruce, he's out and the inning's over. Instead, it's runners on the corners for the Dirtbags and a mound visit now for the Aggies and Tyler Wood.
UC Davis, if their catcher Gentile had thrown to third, could have gotten Ashworth into a rundown, but instead the throw goes the long way behind him to second base, and then there wasn't enough time for Gavea to come in front of the bag, catch it, and then throw to third. Ashworth just beat the throw by a hair. So Alex Champagne now running at first with good speed. See if the Dirtbags will be willing to have him run even with the tying run at the plate. It'll be interesting to see here. But Connor Sharpio has been such a tough spring for him. 0 for 3 so far today. Steps up in a massive spot with the chance to try and get the Dirtbags back within this 3-run lead.
Yeah, the rally caps are on and out around Blair Field. Everybody knows just how big this at-bat can be for Connor Sharpio and for the Dirtbags season.
Runners at the corners, 2 outs, a 4-1 lead for the Aggies here in the bottom of the 8th. Tyler Wood, after a mound visit, looking to pitch out of the jam. First pitch to Connor Sharpio, bounced in, but is blocked by Evan Gentile. Has worked a great game behind the plate for the Aggies. His mistake, though, thrown to second base instead of third, kept this inning alive. Connor Sharpio looks to take advantage. 1-0 pitch, bounced in and is blocked again. Gentile trying his best to make up for that last play. Count 2-0 to Connor Sharpio.
Tyler Wood now at 61 pitches, looking for the final out here in the bottom of the 8th. Connor Sharpio, the game-tying run, staring down a 2-0 count.
2-0 in there at the knees for a strike. Sharpio turns around, looks like he does not agree with the call. Alex Champagne taking a slightly shorter lead than his typical down at first base. Cannot get picked off here. Tying run at the plate is Connor Sharpio. 2-1 pitch from Wood, taken down and away. Count now 3-1.
True hitters count now for Connor Sharpio. We've seen him swing the bat a few times today. He's been swinging for the fences, hasn't had enough power. A ball in play here would score another run.
Sharpio with only 1 home run so far this spring. 3-1 pitch, big hack, but he pops it up and out of play. Sharpio was trying to tie the game with that swing, but the count is now full, and Alex Champagne will be on the move from first base.
Yeah, the Aggies outfield is shaded back towards the warning track. Everyone except for Murphy in right field, who's shaded just a little bit inside. They're prepared for a big swing from Connor Sharpio.
Full count, Champagne will be running. Payoff pitch from Wood, taken just high. Connor Sharpio with a nice at-bat as he draws a walk. Dirtbags now have the bases loaded and the go-ahead run going up to the plate.
And that go-ahead run is going to be Matt Toomey, the freshman. The biggest spot the Dirtbags have gotten themselves into all game long, and it's Matt Toomey, who has struck out twice today already, who's going to need to provide an offensive spark, an offensive lifeline for the Dirtbags here.
Toomey 0 for 3. What a time to get his first hit of the day that this would be. Bases loaded with 2 out. Toomey representing the go-ahead run. First pitch, hard ground ball into right field. A base hit from Matt Toomey. 1 run is in. Champagne rounds third. Throw goes home. It's cut off. Alex Champagne slides in head first. The Dirtbags are back within a run on a 2 RBI single from the true freshman, Matt Toomey.
And this place is bumping, Bruce. A huge swing from Matt Toomey. Tyler Wood is struggling out there on the mound right now. And Toomey has made this a 1-run ball game. Chills.
UC Davis is going to the bullpen, as that'll be it for Tyler Wood. A first pitch base hit into right field from Matt Toomey has got this back to a one-run deficit. The tying run and the go-ahead run are both on the bases for the Dirtbags, as they've got a 3-spot so far in this bottom of the 8th. UC Davis going to the bullpen. We'll introduce the new arm coming up next here on 22 West Radio. Dirtbags still with a chance to try and add some more in this 8th inning. It's 4-3 Aggies as UC Davis is going to the bullpen. The new reliever coming in, Rowan Barnes, right-hander for UC Davis. Barnes, a junior, is going to try and pitch out of this frame. Dirtbags with runners at first and second, only down by a run, 2 outs in the inning.
Yeah, Rowan Barnes in his redshirt junior season so far hasn't appeared too much for the Aggies. Only 16 1/3 innings pitched, a 3.31 ERA though. He's done well in the month of March. Has come in spots like this where the Aggies just need 1 or 2 outs to get out of a tough spot. And it's going to be the bat of Nathan Cadena, who's responsible for possibly tying this game.
Nathan Cadena, hitless on the weekend, has struggled through these first 2+ games with a chance to change all of that right here. Right on right matchup, first and second, 2 down. Dirtbags trail by a run. First pitch from Rowan Barnes, lined left field line, just foul. Cadena got a pitch to hit there, a breaking ball that hung, but was just early on it. Could not keep it fair. 0-1 count to the Dirtbag shortstop.
Big swing from Nathan Cadena. He needs something, anything on his senior day. It's been a series to forget. He's gone back to the bright yellow bat. Made solid contact on the first pitch. He'll be looking for more.
Rowan Barnes sets above the belt. 0-1 pitch. Another curveball, line drive, right field, it's down and into right field. Getting the send, here comes Connor Sharpio. Throw is offline, Connor Sharpio is in, and Nathan Cadena has tied this game up. He moves up to second on the throw. The Dirtbags have runners at second and third, and we're all tied at 4.
Wow, Nathan Cadena, after nothing all weekend long, ropes a line drive into right field. It's a 4-4 ball game. Cadena with another double. 2 more RBIs. My goodness, we have a ball game.
A furious 4-run rally here in the bottom of the 8th inning has gotten this game even at 4-4. The Dirtbags playing with their backs against the wall and potentially their season on the line have put up 4 runs in the 8th inning to tie it. Runners at second and third now, still 2 outs, and Trotter Enright has a chance to put the Dirtbags ahead. Barnes sets at the belt. His first pitch to the true freshman, taken for a strike. Down and away, a nice pitch from Barnes on a fastball.
A few fans here at Blair Field have not sat down. Still anticipating a big swing from Trotter Enright. Had a great night last night, has excelled in the field, looking to add on to what has already been a memorable series.
Enright 0 for 3 today. The 0-1 pitch taken for a strike again. Another fastball in there, and Enright is behind 0-2. The true freshman will look to fight now. A right-on-left matchup. Runners at second and third. Barnes comes down with the 0-2. It bounces in, and what a block from Gentile. He's done a great job behind the plate. If that ball got away, it could have given the Dirtbags the lead, but he smothers a breaking ball. Count now 1-2 to Enright. Barnes sets. Enright taps his bat against his shoulder. The 1-2 pitch fouled straight back. Enright was right on time with that one, but fights it off. Count still 1-2.
Yeah, and Barnes went for the knockout punch. Fastball down the middle. Enright up to the task, though. Stays alive.
Dirtbags faithful clapping along, trying to get Trotter Enright in the right mindset. 1-2. Barnes sets. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Enright swings over the top of it. Rowan Barnes gets the strikeout to end the inning, but the Dirtbags plate 4 in the bottom of the 8th. We are all tied going to the 9th inning of a must-win game for the Dirtbags. They fight back, 4-run 8th inning, and we're tied. 9th inning coming up next here on 22 West Radio. Dirtbags with a 4-run bottom of the 8th inning have tied this game up. We're going to the 9th. 4-all as Christian Banda is the new reliever coming in for Long Beach State. Banda through 12 games this year has a 10.2 ERA. But he's another one of these guys in the Dirtbag bullpen that consistently gets put into bigger spots, and you can tell that the Dirtbag bullpen and the pitching staff trusts him more than those numbers would reflect. Ethan Felix in the box to begin this top of the 9th inning. He swings and misses at the first pitch for strike 1. Felix pinch hitting here in the 3 spot in place of Jackson Murphy with the left-handed reliever on the mound. So UC Davis plays matchups. 0-1 pitch, cut on and missed again.
Felix, another big hat, a senior on this Aggies team, batting just 160 on the season.
They bring him in to face the lefty on the mound. 0-2 pitch from Banda, popped up and out of play.
UC Davis throwing everything out the wall now. Ethan Felix, the Redondo Beach native, having spent his junior and now senior season with the Aggies. Transfer from El Camino Junior College.
Banda still ahead, 0-2, tries to put him away. Pitch, a fastball roped into left field. Toomey is right there to get it. That ball had some topspin, was hit hard off the bat, but Felix had it sink down right into the glove of Matt Toomey for the first out of the 9th.
Big out from Matt Toomey. That was a loud out from Felix, was taking big swings at every pitch. And now it'll be Nick Leahy digging in.
Nick Leahy already has, once this series, a go-ahead home run late in the action. It was his solo shot in the 15th inning on Friday. That was the only run scored in that game for either side. He comes up with a tie game and 1 out, nobody on in the 9th. First pitch misses high from Banda, so Leahy is ahead 1-0.
Nick Leahy, the 4-year senior in this Aggies lineup, ever present.
1-0 pitch, fastball on the outside corner for a strike. This UC Davis batting order, all right-handed batters except for one after that pinch hitter in the last plate appearance. The leadoff man, Braden Woodridge, is the only lefty remaining in the order. 1-1 pitch, line drive into center field. Champagne hesitated there, didn't get a good read, and it falls in front of him. That would have been close if he got the perfect read off the bat and charged it right away, but instead it one hops to the Dirtbag center fielder, and Nick Leahy has himself a 1-out single.
Yeah, Champagne would rather let that one drop. Double play is on now for the Dirtbags.
My guess would be, JD, that that's a ball that Champagne expects himself to catch, but he just froze off the bat, took about a half a step back, and that was enough that he wasn't going to be able to get there. Evan Gentile in the box now. First pitch fastball in for a strike.
A little bit of extra work now for Christian Banda. First pitch into Gentile was really, really good.
There's a fastball at the letters. 0-1 count with Leahy running at first base. Another breaking ball this time from Banda, swung over the top of it. So Gentile's behind 0-2.
Gentile today 0 for 4, hasn't reached base. Struck out once and has made contact 3 times, but hasn't been enough.
Banda stepping a throw to first, but Leahy is back standing up. The throw kind of handcuffed Connor Sharpio over there, but he was able to make the catch anyway. Here comes the 0-2 from Banda, down in the dirt, blocked by Stewart and taken for ball 1.
Jake Evans shaded over towards the left field line. There's a big gap between him and Cadena in the infield.
1-2. At the knees, it froze him. A fastball from Banda strikes out Evan Gentile. Second out of the inning as the runner remains at first.
Another big pitch from Banda.
Banda's first strikeout of the 9th inning. And now Alex Gavea will come up with a man on first base and 2 down. We're all tied at 4 in the top of the 9th. Christian Banda trying to toss a scoreless frame and give the Dirtbags a chance for a walk-off in the bottom half. Another right-handed batter in Alex Gavea. First pitch from Banda, a fastball roped into center field. Champagne ranging in, but it gets down in front of him. Had a good read that time, but Gavea just placed it better. So another base hit, second one of the inning off of Banda. Runners now at first and second with 2 down.
Back-to-back base hits in the inning and back-to-back base hits for Gavea. Banda still looking calm and composed on the mound, but with 2 outs and 2 on, will now pitch to Acosta, stay the 7-hitter.
Riley Acosta, despite batting 7th, has been the hottest bat in this lineup today. He is 3 for 4 singles in his last 3 plate appearances after he flew out to center in the second inning. So Acosta comes up in a big spot here. Runners at first and second, 2 out, and a tie game in the 9th. First pitch from Banda, down in the dirt, blocked by Stewart, but it goes for ball 1 to Acosta. Leahy, the runner at second, Gavea at first. Acosta wearing the high cut stirrups. 1-0 taken off the outside corner to the displeasure of the Dirtbag crowd. It's now a 2-0 count.
Tight call made by the home plate umpire, Lee Myers. Nobody's happy with it.
Banda sets above the belt, gives an exhale. 2-0 pitch, breaking ball on the outside corner. Nicely placed there on the back door for strike 1.
Goes back to the same spot. Able to get the call that time.
Two-one count. Banda looks back to second, now comes home and gets a whiff. A breaking ball down below the zone that Acosta chases at. Stewart had to block it, but he does so successfully. Count now 2-2. We've got Deuces Wild in the top of the 9th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 runners on. Banda looking to get out of the inning and keep the game tied.
Huge pitch coming here.
Two-two pitch. Popped up, and it'll get out of play.
That ball chopped up, and it'll land on the concourse behind us. And we'll do it again.
Still a 2-2 count to Riley Acosta. Couple runners on with 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning. Banda comes downhill. Swung on and missed. Down in the dirt, blocked by Stewart. He throws to first base in time to get him. Christian Banda lets out a roar as he walks over to the Dirtbag dugout. 2 runners stranded by UC Davis, and we're all tied at 4. Moving to the bottom of the 9th inning, the Dirtbags have a chance to walk things off here on 22 West Radio. Long Beach coming up to bat in the bottom of the 9th inning. We're all tied at 4 The Dirtbags with a chance to walk things off and get a huge series victory, and it's Jake Evans coming up to bat to lead things off. Evans has reached in all 3 plate appearances today, a walk and 2 doubles. So Evans is feeling good after homering off the bench last night. Couple of hits already today, and he's stepping in to lead things off in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Jake Evans has already gotten 1 rally started today with that huge double that bounced off the center field wall. Looking for another big moment in his freshman season.
Right on right matchup here to begin this bottom of the 9th. Rowan Barnes still on the mound for UC Davis. First pitch from Barnes, breaking ball on the outside corner for strike 1. It's 8, 9, and 1 due up in the order for Long Beach here in the bottom of the 9th. Barnes sets. The 0-1 bounces in. Count now evens, 1-1.
Jake Evans is going to need to be really patient during this at-bat. A lot of pressure on his shoulders right now.
1-1 pitch to Jake Evans. Missed low. Tripled up on the curveball, and Evans lays off. Count now 2-1. Evans with 2 home runs so far this season. As we said, one of them came last night. 2-1 pitch, fastball off the outside corner. Count now 3-1 to the true freshman.
Chance of ball 4 ringing out around Blair Field. This crowd trying to throw off Barnes.
3-1 pitch, missed up and away to the roar from the Long Beach crowd. Jake Evans has drawn a leadoff walk to begin this bottom of the 9th inning. Dirtbags have the winning run on base, as now it'll be the number 9 spot in the order. Connor Stewart coming up. TJ Bruce is going to step out of the dugout and call a timeout. TJ Bruce, someone who really likes to bunt in these big kind of situations. Would not be surprised to see Connor Stewart get the bunt sign here.
Yeah, very, very similar situation to what we saw on Friday night. Dirtbags were able to put 2 runners on thanks to a few sacrifice bunts. Connor Stewart stepped up with 2 outs working against him and was only able to muster a fly ball to right field.
Can also give a final score update down in Fullerton. The Santa Barbara Gauchos have held on for a 4-3 win. So the Dirtbags, if they can win this one, will keep themselves within 2 games of the 5 seed. The conference broke now from in front of the Dirtbag dugout. Jake Evans heads back out onto the bases as Connor Stewart will step up to the plate. Rowan Barnes tries to reset. Man on first, nobody out. Stewart shows the bunt, but takes it outside. Pulled the bunt back for ball 1.
Stewart's been sniffing a lot of contact tonight, was able to lay down a grounder that scored in his last at-bat.
1-0 pitch, Stewart shows bunt, bunts it foul. Caught a piece of it, more of a deflecting blow over towards the UC Davis on deck circle.
Rowan Barnes is not pitching to Connor Stewart, forcing Stewart to extend that bunt to the outside of the strike zone.
Bruce gives another set of signs. Now Stewart shows bunt early. 1-1 pitch, he pulls it back, but it's a called strike, and Stewart stands up quickly in disbelief. 1-2 count now to the Dirtbag catcher. We'll see if they stick with the bunt sign.
Connor Stewart, another senior, looking for a moment on senior day.
Stewart steps in quickly to avoid a pitch clock violation. With 1 on it, comes home, and it's swung on and missed in the dirt. Blocked again by Gentile, but Connor Stewart strikes out, cannot get the bunt down, so Jake Evans remains at first for the top of the order.
Yeah, not the best at-bat for Connor Stewart there. He's done better today. Walks back to the dugout, and we're back to the top of the lineup as well. It's Kyle Ashworth now stepping in.
Right on left matchup for Rowan Barnes. Kyle Ashworth 2 for 4 today. Jake Evans with already 1 stolen base today. First pitch, swung on and missed. Ashworth, not a guy who goes after the first pitch very often, but gets aggressive here. Comes up empty, count 0-1. Evans with a decent lead off of first base. 0-1 pitch. Chopper up the middle, fielded on the backhand. Leahy goes to the bag for 1. Throw across the first in time. A 4-6-3 double play turned by UC Davis. And they're out of the bottom of the 9th inning. And we're going to extra innings once again. The Dirtbags have a leadoff man on base on the walk for Jake Evans, but cannot convert. A 4-6-3 double play grounded into by Kyle Ashworth ends the 9th inning. And we're going to extras again. We already know that Friday game went to 15 innings. We'll see what we could be in for here. 4-4 as we're going to the 10th here on 22 West Radio. Going to the 10th inning, we're all tied at 4. What a game this has been so far. Not a lot of offense through the first part of it. 6 scoreless innings for both these teams before UC Davis jumped out to a 4-0 lead, a 2-spot in each of the 7th and the 8th. Then in the bottom of the 8th inning, Dirtbags responded with 4 runs of their own, scoreless for both teams in the 9th. And now we're in the top of the 10th inning. Houston Hirschkorn leads it off against Christian Banda. First pitch of the 10th goes to the backstop for ball 1.
Dirtbags have really come to life here in the latter stages of the game with their backs against the wall. That 4-run 8th inning. The difference between walking out of here with a defeat and where we are now in the top of the 10th.
Left on right matchup, Christian Banda worked a scoreless top of the 9th. Couple runners reached against him. 1-0 pitch, misses high and away for ball 2. Banda, at times this year, has lost his command. That's been one of the biggest struggles for him. Both of the runners that reached base in the 9th were via singles. 2-0, misses badly again. So Banda's fallen behind 3-0 to the leadoff man for UC Davis in the 10th.
Yeah, hasn't been close to the strike zone on any of these pitches. And there is action over there in the Dirtbags bullpen.
.30, shows bunt, pulls it back, and it's called strike. Dirtbags now 2.5 games back of the 5 seed after that Santa Barbara versus Fullerton game went final. .31, taken off the outside corner. It's a 5-pitch walk for Houston Hirschkorn. So Long Beach got a leadoff walk in the bottom of the 9th, could not bring him around. We'll see if UC Davis can try to take advantage of their opportunity.
Yeah, today UC Davis has already left 12 runners stranded on the base paths.
And here's a rare sight. TJ Bruce is coming out of the Dirtbag dugout for a mound visit. Only one other time this year that I've seen TJ Bruce, the head coach of the Dirtbags, walk out to the mound for a visit. Usually it's Rolando Garza, the pitching coach, who handles all the decisions on the pitching side. But this time it's TJ Bruce coming out potentially for some talk about infield strategy, depending on if UC Davis might try to lay down a bunt.
Yeah, TJ Bruce in his first season as the Dirtbags head coach, not often seen outside the dugout. See what kind of decisions are made here. Obviously, runner on first, nobody out. A dangerous place to be for this Dirtbags defense. Everybody's going to need to be dialed in from here on out.
TJ Bruce coached third base at the very beginning of the season for the Dirtbags before relinquishing that duty to Thomas Walker. Now Bruce usually just remains in the dugout, but now he has had his mound visit broken up by Lee Myers, the home plate umpire. So Bruce walks his way back to the dugout, hands in the front pockets of his Dirtbags hoodie. And Ryan Lee will be coming up to bat, the number 9 spot in the UC Davis order. A lot of parallels here between the top of the 10th and the bottom of the 9th, as the number 8 spot in the Davis order walks to bring up the 9. And Ryan Lee is showing bunt. Banda comes downhill, the bunt gets down, but it's foul on the first base side for strike 1.
Ryan Lee also entered late in the game on Friday at third base. Junior stands 5'11". Interesting batting stance, his right arm cocked up in the air. Very aggressive stance.
Shows bunt, pulls it back as a fastball sails high and away. Lee was in the starting lineup last night for UC Davis, but headed back to the bench in favor of Zach Story. But Lee entered defensively before going up to the plate for the first time today, right now. He's showing bunt early again. Jake Evans creeps in from third base. He bunts it straight up in the air, but Stewart could not quite get there. The ball landed just outside the home plate circle. Not really a chance for Stewart to get to it. It's a 1-2 count now as the Dirtbags shift their infield alignment, and we'll see whether Ryan Lee still has the bunt sign or not. Lee crouched over in the right-handed batter's box. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball over to third base. Evans slides, fields cleanly. His throw over to first is in time. So Jake Evans makes another good play at third. It moves the runner up to second base. So even though it's a ground out, it accomplishes the job of the sacrifice bunt they originally intended for. Man now in scoring position for the top of the Davis order in Braden Woldridge.
Good play from Evans. He's had an up and down day over there at third base. Hit the deck after the ball was in his glove and was able to pop up in time and throw it to Sharpio. Dirtbags get their first out here in the top of the 10th.
Left on left matchup now for Christian Banda. Braden Woldridge 1 for 3 today. First pitch comes home. It's chopped foul behind home plate.
And it seems the strategy has shifted for UC Davis. They want to put the ball in play. Obviously that runner on second, Houston Hirschkorn. Not a dangerous runner. No stolen bases this season, but they want to be bringing him home.
Kadena holding him on. Pitch comes home and it bounces in. Stewart just got enough of it to keep the runner at second. Squirted away from him just a bit up the third base line, but he scrambles over and gets the ball back to the mound. 1-1 count to Braden Woldridge, the only player for the Aggies that's batting above 300 this season. 1-1. Chased one down and away, a swing and a miss on a nice slider from Banda. And the Long Beach reliever is now ahead 1-2.
That slider's been working wonders for Christian Banda today. Gets Woolridge whiffing.
Man on second with 1 out, tie game in the top of the 10th. 1-2 pitch from Banda. Chopper over to second base, ranging in. Enright has it, and he throws underhand to first base in time to get Woolridge. The runner moves up to third base. So now with 2 outs in the inning, the go-ahead run is 90 feet away for UC Davis.
Now, once again, Woolridge able to do his job, put the ball in play. Enright makes the smart play over to first base. Textbook, something he's practiced 100 times. The Dirtbags need just 1 more out with a runner on third to get another chance to walk it off here in the bottom of the 10th.
Tyler Howard comes up now, batting in the 2 spot in the order today. He's reached 3 times, a single and 2 walks. First pitch from Banda, down and in, taken for ball 1. Howard has also struck out twice today.
Over there on third, Hirschkorn has taken a 3-hop lead off of third. Banda's back is to him.
And now the Dirtbags are going to intentionally walk Howard. For UC Davis, that'll bring up Ethan Kong, who entered defensively after the starter, Jackson Murphy, was pinch hit for. Ethan Felix had pinch hit in this spot, but now Ethan Kang will come up to bat. He had entered defensively into right field.
Kang this season batting .260, has 3 RBIs, and .356 on base percentage.
Left-handed hitting sophomore, crouched down in the left-handed box. Banda, the southpaw on the mound, comes downhill and gets a swing and a miss. Nice slider there for strike 1.
Really good pitch. Kang, an undersized hitter as well. Stands just 5'8".
0-1, bounced in and a nice block behind the plate by Connor Stewart. Pitch landed a couple of feet in front of home plate, but Stewart just smothered it. It's a 1-1 count to the left-handed hitting right fielder. 1-1, swung on and missed. So Christian Banda is now 1 strike away from getting out of the 10th and keeping this game tied.
Runner still in the corners, a 1-2 count. Banda has a few pitches to work with here, doesn't need the knockout punch right away.
Tie ball game. Banda 1 strike away from getting out of the inning, and he bounces one in. The runner from first will move up to second. Nice block again by Stewart to keep Hirschkorn at third base. It's a 2-2 count to Ethan Kang with first base now open. Second and third. Banda steps off the back of the mound.
Over there, Hirschkorn is doing his best to be a distraction, jumping and bobbing and weaving down the left field line.
Banda with his back to him, does a abbreviated pop-up squat. Now here's the 2-2 pitch, popped up within the infield. This should be playable. Banda ranges over towards the right line, called off. Sharpio slides and makes the catch. And that got dangerous at the end there as Sharpio crashed in from first base. Had to go down to the ground to make the catch. If that landed, it would have been fair. So it got hairy there, but nonetheless, the Dirtbags are out of the inning. We're going to the bottom of the 10th, still tied at 4 here on 22 West Radio. Armando Briseño coming up to lead off the bottom of the 10th inning. We're all tied at 4 as the Dirtbags are trying to come up with a comeback win. Rowan Barnes on the mound for UC Davis. His first pitch chopped left side. The shortstop ranges over. His throw across the first is in time. Another nice play by Alex Gavea. He's flashed the leather at shortstop throughout this series, and he makes the play to begin the bottom of the 10th inning.
Yeah, Gavea ran onto that ball and threw it in rhythm. Briseño continues his rough outing today. The first out of the inning now brings Alex Champagne to the plate.
Champagne up here, still searching for his first home run of the season. Champagne has reached 3 times today. First pitch taken on the outside corner for strike 1. Disagreement from the Long Beach fans on that one.
Champagne 2 walks and a single. Still a healthy crowd here at Blair Field.
Next one taken again for a strike. Same location on the outside corner. Gets a similar reaction from the Long Beach crowd. Oh, 2 count to Alex Champagne. Rowan Barnes comes downhill with a breaking ball that bounces in, and Champagne takes it. 2 walks and a single today for the Long Beach center fielder. Line drive into center field, ranging over, unable to get there is Howard. He cuts it off before it gets in the gap, but Alex Champagne has himself a 1-out, 2-strike single, and the Dirtbags have a man on base in the bottom of the 10th.
Rowan Barnes just hung a pitch over home plate, and Champagne was all over it. Able to rope it over into center field, not swinging for the fences, just swinging to get on base. The winning run now on first for the Dirtbags.
And Champagne with 12 stolen bases this season is over there with dangerous legs. Would not be surprised at all to see him move at some point in this inning. Man on first with 1 out. We're all tied at 4 in the bottom of the 10th inning. Connor Sharpio at the plate for the Dirtbags. First pitch from Barnes taken low for ball 1.
One thing that might stop Alex Champagne from running is the fact that he was caught stealing in the 6th. So, you know, Gentile behind the plate's going to have his eye on Champagne all the way here.
1-0, taken high. That caught stealing for Champagne was not a traditional caught stealing as you might imagine. It was a ball in the dirt that he tried to move up on, but Gentile blocked it and then was able to throw all the way down to second base. Really was a great play behind the plate from Gentile, who's had a very strong performance today. 2-0, taken for a strike. Connor Sharpio still ahead 2-1. Champagne has not been on the move so far in this plate appearance. Sharpio walked his last time up. Now Champagne goes, taken for a strike. Throw down to second base, bounces in, and it's not in time. Alex Champagne steals second, and with a 2-2 count now on Connor Sharpio, the winning run is in scoring position.
Excellent work from Connor Sharpio. Got the jump on it that time, fully committed to the pitch, and was able to slide in and beat the throw from Gentile. That Sharpio's 13th stolen base of the season.
2-2 count to the Dirtbags' first baseman. Barnes comes downhill, chopper foul over towards the Dirtbag dugout.
That was a pitch that Connor Sharpio wanted. Another pitch from Barnes that just kind of hangs over the plate. Sharpio, though, out in front of it. 2-2 count against him now.
Champagne with great speed at second base. A base hit has a good chance to score him. 2-2 curveball, roped foul into the netting. Like you said, JD, another one that hung up at the belt, but Sharpio was early on it.
Just too anxious, looking for that moment. Connor Sharpio needs just the slightest touch of patience here.
Looking for his first hit of the day in what's been such a rough spring for Sharpio overall. looking to deliver in a huge moment here for his teammates. 2-2, taken in the dirt. And the count is now full to Connor Sharpio.
Yeah, the crowd here at Blair Field really making all the noise at the moment. Rowan Barnes on the mound, starting to struggle a bit with his control. We've seen him hang a few pitches in this at-bat. That last pitch, a 55-footer in the dirt. Full count now to Connor Sharpio.
Rowan Barnes comes set just above the belt, gives a glance to second. Here's the 3-2 pitch, line drive, right field. That's gonna get down. It's gonna go to the wall. Here comes Alex Champagne. He's in, and the Dirtbags have won it in the 10th inning. Connor Sharpio is the hero. His first hit on senior day is a walk-off winner. Dirtbags 5-4 in 10 innings.
And the Dirtbags storm the field. Connor Sharpio being mobbed by his teammates. What a way to cap off senior day. You said it best, Bruce. It's been such a tough spring, but Connor Sharpio delivers in the biggest moment.
The Dirtbags win this series in walk-off fashion. This game goes extras, and the Dirtbags win it in 10. Connor Sharpio finds the right center gap and delivers the game winner. Alex Champagne comes in to score easily. The Dirtbags, after trailing 4-0 after the top of the 8th inning, come all the way back, a 4 spot in the bottom half of the 8th, keep it scoreless through the top of the 10th, and then walk things off in the bottom half of the 10th inning. 5-4 Dirtbags win in a game they absolutely needed to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Just a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel now for the Dirtbags. So much has to go right at the end of this season for the Dirtbags to have a shot at the Big West playoffs, but they do themselves a favor here today. Thanks to Connor Sharpio, who was hitless coming into this game and hadn't gotten on base with a hit throughout the entire game, delivers the walk-off knock. What a win for the Dirtbags. Final score 5-4. An incredible day at Blair Field for the fans who have come out to support the Dirtbags.
Entering the final weekend of Big West play for the Dirtbags next weekend, Long Beach is 2 games out of the 5 seed. As we've talked about, they're looking up in the standings at UC Santa Barbara, who currently holds that 5 seed, and then Hawaii is in the 6. Long Beach holds the tiebreaker over both of those teams. It's going to get a bit complicated. UC Santa Barbara only has 3 Big West games left to play, same as the Dirtbags. Those games won't come until the next weekend after that. So the Dirtbags will know whether they still have a chance after next weekend in Riverside. They're going to need to win. Really, they're going to need to try and go in there and sweep. They'll need to win at least 2 of 3 to really feel like they have any chance. Hawaii has 6 Big West games left to play, so it's a bit more complicated there. But Long Beach needed this series, and they needed this game today in order to keep their playoff hopes within any sort of realistic mindset, and they get it on a walk-off hit from Connor Sharpio in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Huge, huge, huge. Can't put it any better than that. It's been a wacky series, 15 innings on Friday. Dirtbags come back after a loss and take the game last night and then win it in walk-off fashion today. A huge performance from the pitching staff once again. UC Davis leaves double-digit runners on the final box score. They'll rue their missed chances for sure.
It's been such a roller coaster of a season for the Dirtbags. So often it's felt like that this whole ball club has just lacked the energy and the drive to make these comeback wins, but as the season has gone on, they just haven't gone away. And now as we enter the final weekend of Big West play, only 2 games back, it's not impossible, and that's all the Dirtbags need. They've got a chance. They're going to head to Riverside, try to win that series against the last place team in the Big West and keep their chances alive. They needed this game. They got it. Connor Sharpio comes through, and the Dirtbags win 5-4.
And they're going to need everybody. It's not only the seniors who showed up today on senior day. They're going to need the freshmen. They're going to need Jake Evans, who had an incredible, unheralded performance today. Everybody from this Dirtbags lineup down the stretch is going to need to step up and put in more moments like we just saw here. Walk off in the bottom of the 10th. It can't get any better than that.
It really can't. Great game here at Blair Field. Dirtbags complete a 4-run comeback and win 5-4 in the 10th. Christian Banda picks up the win. 2 shutout innings between the 9th and the 10th. A huge performance from the left-handed reliever of the Dirtbags, and Long Beach wins it 5-4 in 10 innings. That'll do it for us here at Blair Field. For JD Beaudry next to me, I'm Bruce Kuntz, and this has been Long Beach State Dirtbags Baseball on 22 West Radio, streaming live on the 22 West Sports YouTube channel. We'll be back on the air on Tuesday at 6 p.m. as the Dirtbags play their home finale and host UCLA in their final home game of the season. This is some great energy coming off of this Sunday win, so we hope that you'll join us for that game on Tuesday. And thanks again for tuning in. Long Beach wins in a walk-up fashion in 10 innings against UC Davis. Have a good rest of your Sundays.